Officer still stands for prosecution, no? Offender in custody?
What's up, everybody? Missed you earlier today. Was over at Andrew D. Myers, hanging out with him and Laney Law, talking for a while, doing a little show. I want to say, if you guys remember, when we first started checking out their shows, seems like forever ago, but remember when we first started checking out their shows and there was that other gentleman they had up there on the panel? His name was Greg. I referred to him as the Ed McMahon of the show. He was so funny. Well, say a special prayer to Andrew D. Myers, his family, the family of Greg. Unfortunately, he passed away from an illness, and so just special prayers to them. He was a special character. We only saw him on a couple shows, but he was a special character. He was that Ed McMahon to the Johnny Carson that is Andrew D. Myers. So we just want to say a special prayer, and a special prayer to Andrew Myers and him and his loved ones as well. So we're going to go ahead and get into the show. We're going to say what's up, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you so much. And we're going to get into a couple things. We're going to have some case chat for a little bit, like we do in the beginning. There was a new document, but really it's just a media request for Creme 2 News, I think. The local news station there, which they do a lot of work. I like Creme 2 News. Detective Golden, ticket number 1. Yay. What's up, Caddy? Ticket number 2. DS, ticket number 3. Kib Kitty, ticket number 4. Jacqueline, how are you? Katrina, ticket number 7. Skittles, ticket number 9. Oh, Megan Z with a contribution call out. Thank you so much, Megan Z, for becoming a member. And we'll be returning to our members only live stuff coming here soon. Thank you so much, Megan, for becoming a member. Why does StreamYard always throw the comments all the way out there? What's up, Kelly Miller? How are you doing? Lucky ticket, golden ticket, number 12. The only thing that I have is small little chocolate peanut butter fudge bars. I could probably toss it at the camera or something. I don't know. That's all the chocolate we got here. Ticket number 15, 49er girl. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Lynn T, ticket number 17. Thank you for the kind words. We appreciate that. Dang, look at that, Lynn T. Dang, look at all the tags. Dang. Echo, ticket number 18. Golden ticket. Thank you. Teresa, ticket number 19. SJ Howard with 19. I'm sorry. Number 20. I was reading ahead. Aaliyah, ticket number 22. How are you? D. Marie, ticket number 24. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for your company tonight. Appreciate you. We're going to get into part 2 of the key interviews, and there's going to be one that's about like 40 minutes or so. You'll remember this because Steve G says a lot, especially when it comes to what kind of person Steve G thought committed the crime. So that'll be interesting. Then some other ones that are from a long time ago, in the very beginning. Some key interviews from the family. Also, a couple from Olivia as well. When she was on, I think it was Fox News. I don't know. It's a whole bunch of them. Thank you. Ticket number 26, Ty. Appreciate you. Pasta and peppers. Yeah. Anyone else that I missed? What's up? Look at that colorful photo, Caddy. Always coming in with the artistic. What's up, Diana? How are you? Steve W. from SD, number 34. Thank you. Appreciate you hopping in, even if you're in and out being busy. What's up, Jewel? How are you? It sounds like a fan. I might have to turn the fan down or something. It sounds like loud. Typically unique. Thank you for hopping in. Hope all is well with you. Hello, hello. Diana, ticket number 25. Welcome, new member. Yes. Charlie Brown, number 38. Appreciate you. Number 36. Yeah, big shouts. Big shouts. That's awesome. Steve W., did you turn? Yes. If there is a membership, you just have to make sure it's on auto. I don't know why that just doesn't come automatically. I don't know. Who wouldn't want to be you know what I mean? Who goes to a channel and doesn't want to be a member? I don't understand that. Why wouldn't YouTube just make that like an automatic thing, I don't know. Who wouldn't want to be a member of anybody, right? If you go to the YouTube channel, why wouldn't you want to be a member? Maybe because then people that just sub that don't want to, I don't know. What's up, Kim? How are you? Good evening to you. Ticket number 41. If I say hi twice, sorry. Oh, no. Why be sorry? All right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. While I'm doing this switcheroo here, I'm going to go turn this fan down because it sounds like I have a bunch of background noise. So we'll go ahead and do the switcheroo, and then I'll do that in the meantime. We'll be back in 1 second. We're going to get into a couple things, the souvenir stuff and the Gray interview, and a couple other things too. We'll be right back. All right, it was the air purifier. What the hell? It was the air purifier. First, we're going to get into this document, though. Let me do this screen switch here. Turn this down. Oh, hold on 1 second. Gifted memberships here. I got to go to YouTube. I wish YouTube and StreamYard would fix their stuff. Want to say thank you, Kib Kitty. Contribution call out for the 5 gifted memberships. Let me get to the chat so I can read them out. Kim O just got a membership. Charlie Brown, Megs, Nothing Half-Assed, and Root. Nice. Welcome to the new members. There's stuff up. There's a lot of stuff up there already. If you're a new member, we'll be having some more stuff coming up here very soon. OJ 25 members live, multi-part series that we'll be going through the next couple months. And we're going to be starting to do a trial watch. I think we're going to do Daryl Brooks. For the trial watch. But that'll be coming up here towards the end of January. We'll be getting into the trial watch stuff. All right, so here's the first document, and it's the only document. It's just a document. I think it's Creme 2. No, it's KXLY. KXLY. Request to record broadcast and photograph the proceeding. When do you guys think the trial's going to be? That was a conversation we were having today when I was hanging out with Andrew D. Myers and Laney Law. What year do you think there's better than that? Not what year. What quarter? What quarter of what year? So first, second, third, or fourth quarter of what year? I'm thinking second or third quarter of 2025. I'm thinking second or third quarter of 2025. Summer of 2025. Spring to summer, somewhere around there. I'm thinking more like spring, after school gets out. Wow, detective. So you think they're gonna go for the court hearing right off the bat, huh? Here's where but I'm wondering, like, they haven't got the IGG stuff yet, So I mean, and it's already January, so that's why I'm starting to because I already said, hell, when was it? The end of October, beginning of November at that one court hearing. I was saying probably February. I think, February was when the court was February, March was when they were going to start kind of moving along again. Like this IGG stuff was going to kind of drag it out, There was people thinking that there was shit that was going to drop on December 1st, and I just didn't see it happening. Now, there was shit that dropped, but what's it worth? It could be a bunch of papers with a header on it that says redacted. I mean, then what's that worth? You know what I'm saying? Is that really, So I don't know. It'd be nice to know. These media requests for the court hearing and the photography and stuff. Oh yeah, Tom, but you know what? Watch. First it was the demo, next it's the chief, and then after that, it's the prosecution. You're not Chief Fry is not going to be Chief Fry anymore soon. It's not going to happen. They're going to make him disappear like the demo, and they're going to push. So he's going to go into early retirement. You know, he's going to chill back. He'll be taken care of. And then the prosecution team, Bill Thompson's going to retire. And then the other people, they're not even going to live in Moscow no more. They're not. Watch. So that's what I'm saying. Because they're going to flock too. So the university, the university that influences the demo, that influences the PD, that influences the prosecution, the university wants all those people that were influenced in this high profile case, they want them gone. Bye-bye. Because the more you're around, the more you'll talk. So watch. Like I said, demo was number 1. Number 2, Chief Fry will be going away. That'll be before the trial. Chief Fry will be gone before the trial. Then after the trial's done, because they got to be there for the trial. After the trial's done, every one of them prosecution members, they ain't gonna be living in Moscow no more, and the university is going to be able to influence without any more high profile cases, and they got a fresh batch of people hanging out that weren't compromised from what just took place last year. Because when they know too much, the influence, when the influence knows too much, bye. Just like they want a new fresh batch of students that weren't enrolled the day that this crime took place, so they can move on, because it's all about them. Anytime you see any reports of Demon Lady, Jimmy Neutron, or Data Green, it's all about them. They blame it on the community, but it's all about them. Our closure. It's about our closure. Yes. Their closure with the students that were enrolled the day that this crime took place, because they're the only ones that are going to really, truly remember where they were at and how they felt when they were in that area, going to that school. And then after that, everybody else that was influenced as well. Gone. That's what they want. 1229 IGG. Yeah. Well, no, we already knew that there was stuff that was given to him on, I think it was November 30th is when the info came out. But what is it? After election year? Yeah. The more that they know, because their influence wasn't going outside of Moscow. It was in that little area right there. With this case being so high profile, that influence that they have around there was highlighted around the world. And now, when you talk about that, and then you talk about your influence knowing a lot, yeah, they want them gone too. Just like the house. Gone. They said, go. Get rid of it all, Tom. So they can keep that influence going. And then, a few years after everybody's gone, then guess what's going to happen to Mr. Green? Mr. Green's going to go a few years after that. Because guess who knows about the influence as well? The group of guys that sits upstairs in that room above Mr. Green, those are the guys that control everything. So even though Mr. Green is Mr. Powerful, he still has a room up ahead of him that has a few guys at a few chairs. And that's where it stops. It's just like any business, people. That's what it is. The University of Idaho is a business. That's all it is. That's how they look at it. That's how they operate. Just like the Phoenix online deal, it's the same thing. It's a very bad business decision, but it's a business decision. That's just how it is. So that was the document for today. When it comes to the 1228, I thought it was about the interlocutory. Yeah, we had Yoli on that night. Interlocutory. Let me flip this around. And then the hearings that are coming up. Ooh, this is my first drink of coffee for tonight. Everybody is dispensable, even the cover-ups. Yep. I mean, just think about it. Any business, just like I talk about News Nation and how, I feel like they send trolls into YouTube to create controversy or to create, negativity in communities within themselves or amongst themselves of others, just to try and drive you guys back to them. You know what I mean? Because think about it. What's on right now? National media. Where are you guys? You right here on YouTube. They don't like that. So it's the same thing. Just like them, they have a room upstairs that's telling them, we don't care if there's a disaster. We don't care if you lose electricity. We don't care if you lose whatever. You better be getting the 4 to 8% growth from last quarter. Period. We don't care. Even if you lost half your audience, we don't care. It doesn't matter to them. What matters to them is that 4 to 8% growth, however you have to do it. So why wouldn't they create, why wouldn't they have interns, 10 or 5 or 10 of them, where their job is for 2 or 3 hours out of their day to go onto YouTube and to go into shows and talk a bunch of crazy ass shit or say some crazy ass shit. So then people go, oh my gosh, I can't believe this kind of conversation's going on in this YouTube show. Oh, and then they go to another one and the same thing's happening. And then they're like, you know what? I can't stand it anymore. This is too much. I'm just going to go back to national media. That's what they want. That's what they want. All right, give me 1 second. Let me see if I have anything. I thought I had some stuff starred for tonight. It may be, yeah. It may be, Iris. A lot of Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, we'll see. I heard some stories about that. Let me see what this is. Oh. Well, I don't know if we're going to go into that stuff yet, but I feel like we will be soon when it comes to the private driver. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff, but I mean, we've been talking about that. We even showed the Sharp stuff a long time ago. But I don't know. I'm still waiting on that one. I have a feeling though we are I have a feeling we're going to be talking about EG in the future. It still hasn't been released, huh? I don't know. I feel like we're going to be talking about EG in the future, I'm still waiting. All right, this is something from... She's on News Nation. We're going to be playing a couple things. This is... Whoa. This is one of the newscasters on there, Sarah Azari. There's just a couple. I like Brian Enton, Sarah Azari, Chanley Painter. Vinny. We're going to be seeing some Vinny tonight, guys. We haven't seen Vinny for a while. But we are going to be seeing some Vinny tonight. I'm wondering if he's going to be wearing the dark navy jacket with the blue tie. We'll see. We're going to be watching some of that too. There will be oh yes, for sure. Yeah. We went into that. It was right after Mr. Green actually found out, because Mr. Green didn't even know that he had lived there as a child. If you guys didn't know that, he didn't even know he lived there as a child. He didn't even remember living there, and he didn't know that he lived there until somebody actually told him that he had lived there before, that his dad had owned the house. So it's pretty interesting. And I know right when he found out, then word started getting around. It was earlier last year. When he found out. But no emotional connection. No, he wanted that house down ASAP, just like he wants the chief and the prosecution gone. Ticket number 51 with the golden ticket, Miley. Thank you for hopping in. Clinton Global Initiative, right? What? I'm not talking politics, but if you know about that shit, that's a scam. If you, that's a scam of scams. That's no doubt. All right, give me 1 second. We're gonna go to this Azari law. Where'd it go? We're gonna watch this little video. This is a video. Is Brian Kohberger presumed innocent? Everybody's supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, but when the arrest took place, unfortunately, we were all sucked into it. All of us were. The mainstream media during their arrest, and then the first few weeks after that, some longer, some not so much. After a few weeks of reading the PCA when it came out a year ago, I'm like, this shit don't make no sense. We need to start looking into it. And then we started looking into it over here, and that's when we started going, it just don't make no sense. So here is this Sarah Azari. Azari Law has her own channel, part of Presumption Podcast, and this is a video about, is Brian Kohberger presumed innocent? Azari Law.
Every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Kohberger do this? The way that we have been convicting Kohberger is absolutely appalling and disgusting. We don't know when and how this DNA got there. I'm not at all worried about the DNA. It's absolutely disgusting. This guy does not have a presumption of innocence. He has the assumption of guilt. I'm Sarah Azari. I'm a criminal trial attorney in Los Angeles. I'm currently a legal analyst for News Nation, and I am the host of the Presumption Podcast.
She keeps it real.
A pre-trial.
That's why I like her. I didn't know who she was until she joined News Nation, because they made it a big deal, and I'm like, who the hell's this? I didn't know. Maybe she was I don't know. I don't know where she was. She might have been on another TV show. Was she? I'm not sure. I never ran into her until I found out she was on News Nation. Then we saw that she had a podcast called the Presumption Podcast, with which we've checked out a few episodes. CeCe Moore was on there. A lot of good episodes at the Presumption Podcast. And I didn't know how to take her at first. To me, because she was wearing these huge glasses that were like Harry Carey, but they were, and it was like, whoa, what is going on here? Where'd this come from? And but then as she started to, then it's like, oh yeah, she keeps it real. Sarah Azari keeps it real. So I'm like, oh yeah, I became a fan instantly after that, because I'm like, yeah, the shit you're saying, just like right here, like you're keeping it real. I appreciate realness, especially on mainstream media. Brian Enton, Sarah Azari, Chanley Painter, even though Vinny gets a little crazy, and you'll see it, even though Vinny gets a little crazy with his, his mind is a dark place, everybody. I don't want to tell you. Shit like that. You're like, okay, bro. But then Chaney's like, okay, Vinny, but this is what was in the PC. So it's, thank you. What's up, Kelly? Thank you. I appreciate you. Hi. She is on point, right? Yeah, like a young Judge Jeannie Pirro. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Green. Nope. Trust me. Like, when Fry, if go look at my video, the no rank up with no reports highlight video, the short one that I made, you'll see how we kind of get into Fry's if you want to call it a congratulation, you can call it that, but it really wasn't. It was like a Kobe Jordan moment. And Dollinger's going to be your new chief. Dollinger's going to be your new chief because he just one-upped Chief Fry. He has 18, and Fry only has 17 accomplishments from that training program. And you know what's going to happen. Because, look, go back to the video if you haven't seen it. We break it down. City council meeting. Fry was congratulating Dollinger. But I don't think it was a congratulation. I think it was a FU. Because he knows what's coming. Chief Fry knows he's going to be getting pushed for early retirement, Look, buddy, you done enough. Go sit down. The more you're out there, the more you're going to slip up. We need somebody else that's in there. Somebody fresh. Captain Dollinger. Hello, Chief Dollinger. How are you? Listen, you heard it here a month ago. You heard it right here. Captain Dollinger is going to be Chief Dollinger.
Convictions of high-profile defendants in high-profile cases.
What's up,
is nothing new, but Koberger is a whole other level. And I think not only we found him guilty of slaying the 4 Idaho students, but we've decided that he's going to get the death penalty. We don't know when and how this DNA got there. So if Brian Koberger is person A and he touches this knife sheath, and then somehow this knife sheath is picked up by somebody else. I mean, he could touch it, he could handle it, it could be anything. And then that person then somehow is in this Kings Road home. That is a perfect explanation of how Koberger's DNA was on that knife sheath. Is insufficient to place him in that home, let alone to place the murder weapon in his hands. That's why I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
Right? And listen, why would you? Because with this right here, this explains why his DNA could have been on it. And it also explains why the person that went in there to commit the crime wouldn't be having a sheath in the other hand, because they would need it against 4 people. And it also explains why it's, to me, the most probable that it was one of the victims that they were using for self-defense, and that's why they would have had a sheath in their other hand and a knife in the other. Definitely. It's too questionable. The most protected area of the sheath, the most protected, which means it could be there for who knows how long. It could be there who knows how long.
We've been saying it was off, his phone was off. We don't know if it was off. It could have been off. It could have been in airplane mode. or it could have just simply not picked up signal during that time. What's odd, of course, and what's problematic for the defense is that his phone did pick up signal before the murders and after the murders. The car's driving around, but then suddenly during the window of the murders, we don't know where this car was. We don't know where it was parked. We just know nothing about the car. Identification of the Hyundai Elantra as like the suspect vehicle, that's a problem.
A Sentra. First it was a Sentra, then it was a Hyundai, 2011 to 2013. Then it was a Hyundai from 2011 to 2016. At first it was a Sentra. I made a highlight video about that a long ass time ago, and I'm talking like probably March. Shows the article.
Problem. And then we have Dylan, the surviving roommate, and she's so afraid that she goes in her bedroom and locks herself up and then doesn't call 911 for 8 hours later. Okay, that is highly unusual. We look to expected behavior, expected response, reasonable response. That is what makes sense to jurors. Jurors are normal people. So you tell them a story, it better make sense, right? And it doesn't make sense. The fact that this Kings Road house was a party house is a huge big deal because it expands the universe of suspects. Who was there at the time of the murders? What was their connection to the victims? Who had access to this home before? Did they have possible motive to kill? For months, we've been calling this a party house. This is a party venue. Motive is not an element of crime or murder. But of course, every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Kohberger do this to 4 innocent victims, college students? Could the state go to trial without motive? Absolutely, but I bet they won't. And the problem here is that we don't even have a connection to these victims. Forget about motive. To have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol. When you're talking about a defendant's right to a fair trial and his due process and his Sixth Amendment to have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol and that there was integrity in this investigation. Kohberger's alibi is that he wasn't at the crime scene, but instead he was driving around alone. That statement of his alibi doesn't tell us obviously exactly what time he was driving, where he was driving to and from, and why. I mean, we don't have any of those details. He's not saying something that's completely inconsistent with the evidence.
Good stuff right there. Exactly. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. And here is that video right here. This shows let me see how old it is. I mean, it's from June. Look, the first vehicle was a Sentra. Searching for answers, had yet to identify a suspect or even find the unalived weapon. This is way old. Publicly, the authorities were assuring worried residents in the small college town that they were making progress. Privately, they were exhausting their prospects, scouring. I think somebody on the panel, their echo is going crazy, but it's the New York Times article where it talks about the Nissan Sentra, 2019 to 2023. So there's the link for that. You can, sorry about the audio. I'm going to have to redo that or something. I think somebody was listening on the computer at the same time as they were listening in some earphones or something. All right, give me 1 second. Let's get to the next one. This is a post I wanted to share from AG. Wanted to say thank you for all your hard work out there. Here is the link to the post. If you're still in chat, AG, thank you. Yeah, the old New York Times article. I don't know, isn't it isn't it interesting though? All was fair. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. It is. So I don't know where you got that from, but anyway. Yeah, attention general. And this talks about the demo. Now, there's a couple other videos we're also going to be getting into, but I wanted to share this one real quick.
So you have broken some really fascinating news. This is something I've never heard happen in a criminal case with evidence, but tell me what they did with the rubble.
Yeah, so after the demolition, we've learned they were really, really concerned about people coming and trying to figure out where the pieces of the house were taken and actually trying to like get a piece of the house, which is super freaky and weird to even imagine someone would want to do that. But
they do.
They do.
You know, crime souvenirs.
And then they like sell it on eBay and stuff. It's gross. But they were ready for that. So what they did is they took all of the pieces of the house after the demolition to a solid waste facility not far away where they had dug a massive hole feet and feet and feet beneath the earth. They put everything in the hole and it has already been covered up. So they're hoping that is a way that they can be sure that no one will do that.
Because
Okay, why are people saying that they buried the house? Why are people saying that they buried the house at the lot? I don't understand that. The speculation that people push out there, I don't understand. Oh my gosh, they buried the house. They buried the house at a dump. And yeah, they definitely don't. No, Katrina, that's what they do with garbage. That's what they do with garbage. See, this is what they don't want. This is what they don't want, okay? Landfills, dumps, they're huge, okay? They're huge, right? That's what they do. They dump garbage and then they dump the garbage and then it gets buried and then they just keep piling and piling and piling because they have to keep burying it. Otherwise, the garbage is just going to come right up and go fly everywhere. So it's a combination of natural decomposition of the garbage mixed with garbage that doesn't decomp, and that's why they have to bury stuff. So think about it. Like if anybody was at a landfill and there was like windstorms or thunderstorms coming through, if they didn't bury the garbage, then the garbage would be everywhere. There'd be trash everywhere. So they do. It's natural to bury the garbage. Now, the reason that they did that, I totally understand. Because landfills are humongous areas. And the last thing that anybody would need, let's be honest, you're talking about a lot of garbage, think about it, people. What if your house was filled with garbage that was exposed to outside and it was mixed with everyday garbage, food? I mean, you know what? Baby diapers, all sorts of stuff. So they don't want somebody out there walking around trying to find a piece of siding so they could sell it on frickin' eBay, and then they end up getting some kind of frickin' disease because they were, it's not healthy at all. That's why when I brought up the Quentin Simon case and when they sent a team out there, like Moscow didn't send a team to go look for the trash when the one dumpster got away, look what happened to the FBI out there. They had to have a special team. They had to have special equipment. They could only be out there for so long. And look what happened. Some of them still got affected by all of the chemicals that were mixed together. It's damn near toxic. It is toxic. So they don't want, and I totally understand why they did it. It would get buried anyway. I'm saying from the dump, not the demo period, but from the dump. I totally understand them putting it so far down that they're just letting everybody know, look, everybody, you're not going to be able to get to it. So that way it keeps all of those people out. It is very toxic, and it's about their safety because they're nutball enough to go dig in a landfill to try and find a piece of siding. Because if there was anything from that house that had any kind of value evidentiary wise, they would already be gone. You saw what the house looked like. It was just some siding and a bunch of drywall and nothing else on the inside. That was it. I mean, if you want to walk away with a chunk of insulation, I mean, go. That's you. Why, right? And that's what Brian is saying. I totally understand. I don't know why people are making it to be like the house was buried right at the lot, and they're covering up the evidence of the tunnels with part. I thought it was 2024 already, right? It's like the third. I thought the tunnels were done with.
I don't even remember what month, but I remember sometime last year, there was grave concern about the process, right? Like we've got to have it, we've got to have screened areas, we've got to have chain link fences up because we just can't have people coming in while the house is coming down and grabbing pieces of that sort of macabre memory.
Yeah, and they had a whole setup this time. I mean, they had a media area. The people weren't allowed on the street right in front of the house. They started very early. That was.
Yeah, and they had, you saw it. They had the officers standing out there. They had, that's why I'm saying, like, it was a collaboration. It was a collab effort. It does. I understand. But you got to listen. Okay. It's all on the person that speaks the speculation, because this is how it is. Every channel is a speculation channel out here on YouTube because none of us work for LE or any agency. And if we did, we'd be fired. So we're all speculation. Okay. Even the people that are former, because we're all, so we're all speculation. Now it comes to who's speaking it, right? So if you look at this topic right here, the house, they buried the house, right? You look at this topic right here, perfect example. They buried the house. I'm going to talk about they buried the house and make it sound like they buried the house at the lot. So then it'll justify me saying that the tunnels exist. You see what I'm saying? It comes from the person speaking. So you can hear that side of it, or you can see the same words and me say they buried the house. Oh, you guys, they buried it at a dumpster. And I go into and I explain why, the process, and why they would and where they're coming from. I'm not sitting there. So it's where the information is coming from, and that's what makes it have more speculation and rumors, because somebody's going to go to a podcast or a show and go, oh my gosh, they buried the house to hide the tunnels, everybody. When really, in actuality, if you're on this show, hey guys, they buried the house at a dump, and here's why. This is why. Otherwise, you'd see this, and this would take place, and these kind of things would happen. And, and here's another case where you're bringing up an example of why they're doing it and where they're coming from. Do I like the fact that the house is buried? Fuck no. I don't even like the fact that the house was put in pieces, or the thing was slamming down on the roof at the end of it when it knocked it all down, like it was Mr. Green's foot stomping on it to get it gone. I'm still bothered by it. But it's all we can do. I don't understand why people are like, they buried the tunnels. Dude, how many more diagrams do you want from the city of Moscow and Idaho? You know what I mean? And shout out to the community for, I mean, hell, there's 2 shows we supplied a shit ton of information, how they don't exist. So what's up, Deborah Lynn, number 60? Eric, how you doing? Driving the back. Well, he drove the John Morgan, number 58. He drove the U-Haul, you know. Why wouldn't he? He was out there. I know, and can you imagine? And this is speaking of part 1 when it comes to what we're going to be doing tonight here shortly. Speaking of part 1, that was the crazy part. Can you imagine the game of telephones that was taking place before Christie got the call? The first call around 1-ish when they were sitting there watching football, and they got a call around 1-ish that somebody came in the property and shot it up. And then they sat there and they called Kaylee and Maddie. No answer, no answer. Somewhere between 1 and 1:30, calling Jack. Continual time. She said, no answer, no answer. Can you imagine the game of telephone? And I still don't understand why Jack wasn't picking up Mama's call at fucking 1:30 in the afternoon. Why ain't you picking up Mama's call? Because I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter if you're on the damn toilet, you pick up Mama's call if she's calling you. Because you already know what the hell's going on. You know, that's Mama. That's Mama. You respect every mama, you know? Mama calls, you answer. Right, Charlie Brown? All right, let me get to this now. Here's a couple videos. This is Mr. Gray that was on Cuomo. I can't stand watching Cuomo, but I just kind of block one ear and have one other one open just to listen to one side and hopefully not be able to have the other one too much in my ears. So if you're not a fan of Cuomo, I do apologize, but they do have Shannon Gray on there, so we're going to hear what he has to say here real quick. Then we're going to watch a video about the souvenir hunting from News Nation, the video, and then we're going to be watching some videos about the key interviews. Part 2 of the Consalvas family. Thank you all for hopping in. I appreciate you.
So I've spent a lot of time at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho.
Brian
on brutal stabbing murders of 4 University of Idaho students in that home. Back in October of 2022, you're looking at that house being demolished. That was last Thursday. They took the whole house down. The school had been given the home and then chose to destroy it, and that decision has set off a lot of emotions, especially since the trial for accused killer Brian Kohberger has been delayed. The school says the prosecution, the defense, and the FBI had access to the home before it was leveled and felt, despite the objections of some victims' families, that taking it down would help the school's community heal. And I can report exclusively tonight, this is new, that after it was torn down, the remaining pieces of the home were taken to a solid processing facility and that it was all buried several feet down beneath the earth. There was concern that people would try to take souvenirs. The parts of the house after it was demolished were taken away and buried beneath the ground. How do victims' families feel now that the house has been taken down? I want to bring in Shannon Gray. He's the attorney for the families.
Devastated.
The victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, and Xander Kernodle. Shannon, thank you for being with us tonight. I know you put out a statement the day before the demolition, a strongly worded statement, essentially begging the prosecution and the university not to tear the house down. And I'm just wondering now, do you feel like the relationship between the families and the prosecution is damaged at this point?
I bet.
I don't know if we've ever had a really good relationship with the prosecution. In this case, you know, I've always talked about how the line of communication between the district attorney's office or the Latah County prosecutor's office and the victim's family, especially the Gonzalez family, has always been pretty poor. And so I don't know if it changed in any way. Seeing the house come down was a guy.
That's very interesting that he says that. That's very interesting that he says that, because I know that we've heard Steve G say in the past that he felt like prosecution and the defense were kind of agreeing too much. You remember that? But any other time that we hear Steve G talking, he's always talking about how he trusts that they're doing the right thing, and it's all about supporting them and being supportive out in public. And then he's always like, when he's talking about, he's like, yeah, they told me that we have so much. They told me that we have so much that not to worry. We just have to wait and be patient. Just different things that he would say like that. It almost sounded like they had I don't know, to me, maybe it's just me, but I'm kind of shocked by this statement where he says that he doesn't feel like this is a big thing, people. This is the demo. And when you hear that the demo, how important it is to the family and how they didn't want it to happen, when you hear all of these other prosecutors, whether they're current or former, and they're even hell, any of them, any attorneys, you hear them talk about how the demolishing of the house just is a bad idea. But especially prosecutors, former and current, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. What if you need it? It's a bad idea. What if you need it? You would think that something like that with the prosecution, you hear all this stuff about other people saying it's a mistake, even on mainstream media. And you have one prosecution team right here that is not, they're just like, let's go, right? That right there, I think, would be a huge shift. Tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like something like that, if you have all these other prosecutors saying, what a bad idea, and you have the family pleading with them, why? When it comes to making sure that truth and justice happens, you would think that they would be like, you know what, you're right, Steve. Let's wait until the trial's over. So the fact that they were cool with this, the fact that they let it happen, then that wouldn't, I'm sorry, to me, that would create a huge shift change in the relationship between the family and the prosecution. This statement right here really surprises me when he says, there's not really been a change. It's been the same even after this took place. So, wow, you're telling me that they've had a shit. Because let's be real, they let the demo go. That creates a huge shift change. You're telling me that didn't create no waves and that it's still the same calm water? As in a negative? So you're telling me that the relationship was this shitty before the demo?
You're looking at that house being demolished.
That's some huge shit.
Last Thursday, they took the whole house down. The school
their relationship was, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong. Their relationship was shit, just as shitty as it would have been if it wasn't shitty before the demo. That's huge.
Been given the home and then chose to destroy it, and that decision has set off a lot of emotions, especially since the trial for accused killer Brian Kohberger has been delayed. The school says the prosecution, the defense, and the FBI had access to the home before it was leveled and felt, despite the objections of some victims' families, that taking it down would help the school's community heal. And I can report exclusively tonight, this is new, that after it was torn down, the remaining pieces of the home were taken to a solid processing facility, and that it was all buried several feet down beneath the earth. There was concern that people would try Now that the house has been taken down, I want to bring in Shannon Gray. He's the attorney for the families of 3 of the 4 victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, and Xander Kernodle. Shannon, thank you for being with us tonight. I know you put out a statement the day before the demolition, a strongly worded statement, essentially begging the prosecution and the university not to tear the house down.
See what I mean? Strong statement, begging the prosecution not to let the demo happen. And you're telling me the relationship was as shitty as it was? That's crazy. I had no idea it was that bad.
I'm just wondering now, do you feel like the relationship between the families and the prosecution is damaged at this point?
Well, I don't know if we've ever had a really good relationship with the prosecution. In this case, you know, I've always talked about how the line of communication between the district attorney's office or the Latah County prosecutor's office and the victim's family, especially the Gonzalez family, has always been pretty poor. And so I don't know if it changed in any way. You know,
Whoa, I don't know if it changed in any way. I don't know if it changed. That's nonchalant. That's nonchalant. I don't know if it changed anyway. It was that shitty. As shitty as after it would have been after the demo of them begging and pleading for them not to do it, and how it would make you feel after it took place. That shitty, and it was that shitty before the demo. I don't know if it really changed.
For the families of 3 of the 4 victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, and Xander Kernodle. Shannon,
I don't know if it really changed.
For being with us tonight. I know you put out a statement the day before the demolition, a strongly worded statement, essentially begging the prosecution and the university not to tear the house down. And I'm just wondering now, do you feel like the relationship between the families and the prosecution is damaged at this point?
Well, I don't know if we've ever had a really good relationship with the prosecution. Wow. In this case, you know, I've always talked about how the line of communication between the district attorney's office or the Latah County prosecutor's office and the victim's family, especially the Gonzalez family, has always been pretty poor. And so I don't know if it changed in any way. You know, seeing the house come down was a gut punch. I didn't realize that I would react to it so strongly, but watching it was hard. And, you know, when I spoke with Stephen Christie, it was a long day seeing that. So very emotional for Stephen Christie seeing that house come down.
Yeah, and I think the feeling about watching come down would be different, obviously, after a trial. I mean, there's just so much that's unresolved still. I spoke with Stephen Christie at the...
Yeah, that's Mr. Green's foot right there as it's smashing down on the roof. No communication, no report. What do you do in Moscow? Well, according to Rosie, you join their team because you can rank up quick. Just type in Moscow PD join us, and you'll see the video I'm talking about. Rosie says, yeah, you can come here and you can rank up and move up through the ranks real quick at a faster pace than you can at most offices, most cities. You know how they rank up people? It's so obvious how they rank up. They rank up from their undercover underage alcohol buster program. That's how they do it. They drive around on the major roads that the college frats and sororities are at, and they just drive around and fucking bust underage drinkers. Think about it. What percentage, if you're talking about first year, second year, third year, fourth year college students, what percentage are legally able to drink? About a third, right? About a third. So if a third of your population of students is legally able to drink, that gives you 2/3 of fucking population opportunity to bust people and rank up through the ranks real quick. Why do you think they have the undercover underage alcohol buster program? Because it's the easiest fucking way to rank up without having to get your hands dirty. That's why you can rank up so quick. Because they already figured out the scheme. They already figured out the scheme. And then does it look bad? Does it look bad to anybody that you're busting a bunch of underage drinkers on a college town? No. It just means you're a party school. It just means you're a party school. Does that make the PD look like they're harassing people? No, it does not. It just means you're a party school. Does it look to any other agencies like shit's getting out of hand? No, because this is just party school and they're doing the right thing. They're busting underage drinkers. Rank up, 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 rank up. That's how they do it. What is it with the green car? What's up, April? The green car lives at Queen Road Apartments. The green car, there's nothing suspicious about a green car. I saw the green car. The green car did not do anything wrong. The green car was just fine. I don't know why people are talking about the green car, because the day of the demo, I was like, hey, that's the green car that I parked next to every time I was in Moscow. And then all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh my gosh, the green car is so suspicious. Why? Why is the green cars? Please tell me, everybody. I'm lost. I'm lost, because it was the green car that I parked next to, and that's why I shouted it out on that demo day. Yoli said it was driving around. Yeah, it was trying to leave their apartment. There was other cars that drove away too. There was other cars that drove away. There was other cars that actually drove away before that. She was saying that green shows up white and black. White shows up white on black and white. That green car didn't do nothing. They didn't do anything. They didn't do nothing. No, I was just like, hey, I was there for a week. I was at the back of the property a ton. And I always ended up, I wanted to park where the blue car was parked, if you look it up on Google. And the green car was always parked right next to that spot. So they had people following the truck, so that way people didn't follow the truck, They had people following the truck so people wouldn't follow the truck. No, there's nothing suspicious. Nothing suspicious about the green car. The green car is cool. Green car is cool. We're good. We're good.
There's just so much that's unresolved.
Ticket number 71. Thank you.
I spoke with Stephen Christie at the end of last year, about 1 year after the murders, and we spoke about this. I want to play a little bit of what they said.
Destroying the house, demo the house. That's something where I think the family should have been brought in and said, what is your guys' take on it? Because we all want to be one united front. You can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is, 200 feet away. You want to look in that window and say, oh, I can totally see somebody walking through there right now. I can see it's a red shirt that they got on. They got a bandana on. Those little details of where, oh, that's why he sat there for half an hour and then drove off.
Is this good for the prosecution? Is this good for the case?
Trust me, this is the next one we're going to be getting into of the key interviews. The one right here. You see it on the thumbnail. It's coming.
You know, and I like I said, we don't know any of this stuff, but you know, reading, and they talk about how jury members walk through crime scenes and stuff like that. And I'm like,
how you doing tonight?
This is crazy. When that house goes, it's going to be hard. I don't want to go in it. I've never even been to the house. I've never drove by it. I don't want to, but it's still going to be, when they're like, that house is gone, it is going to be very emotional for me.
Yeah, and Steve made a good point, Shannon, about.
Yeah, and to sit there and say that their relationship didn't change that much after they just said that before the demo took place, that was November 2nd, 2023. A month, damn near 2 months before the demo. And you're telling me that their relationship didn't change at all? That means they had a really shitty relationship before that demo. That's no damn lie. And I mean, and when the green car, it was somebody that lives at Queen Road Apartments, and they were having to leave because you're not coming the other way. If you watch, go look at my real footage show that we did yesterday. Go look at the day before. Go look at the real footage show. It's like 6 hours. Skip ahead. It's the timestamps in the description. Skip ahead. You'll see me drive. There's no way that you're going to be going, when you're that green car and you park in the back, there's no way in hell. Y'all in the community that has seen my footage where I drive through Linda Lane in the Queen Road Apartments stuff, you know, where the Linda Lane footage was at, and then the Queen Road Apartments, and I drive through. There's no way in hell you're driving out the way that you come in on Queen Road. There is no way. So I don't blame any car that was having to leave. I don't blame any car that was having to leave to go down that road. So to say any of those cars were suspicious, I don't understand. They were people that were leaving home. And if you've been to the area, or you watch any of the footage, like I said, you watch the footage of me going into Queen Road Apartments and then coming around out the other way and then going to park in the back lot. You see me in the back lot going down Queen Road, going around Queen Road Apartments, you know. You can see it from all angles. There's no way in hell, if you're parking in the back because you live there, that you're going to go the opposite way no. You're talking about an accident waiting to happen. So it's nothing suspicious about cars that are driving by the demo to leave the apartments or to come home. I mean, coming home, you can definitely go around the Queen Road Apartments. I don't really see a reason to have to go up back there, because that's the direction that you go when you're going into Queen Road Apartments. But to leave Queen Road Apartments while the demo's going on and to drive down the road next to it, I don't see nothing suspicious about it, because it's dangerous to go the other way. It's way dangerous if you've driven there. Yeah, no, the green car is not suspicious. Oh. Yeah, there's been some conversation about this green car, Yoli, about this green car being suspicious and stuff. And so I wanted to make sure that I let everybody know, like, look, I was there. I parked next to the damn green car. Like, there was nothing suspicious. I was there during the day. I was there during the night. I was there for a week. There was nothing suspicious about it. Not at all. That's how I feel, Beth. 100%. That's how I feel, 100%. And we're going to be listening to a different interview, one from Court TV. Like I said, we're going to be watching a little bit of Vinny after this interview with the family here. We're going to be watching a little bit from Vinny, and it's talking to Steve. And that's when he's talking about some of this stuff right here, right? And when you hear what he's saying, I'm going to remind you guys, this is what I'm saying about this person. Yes, I mean you got to leave home. You know what I'm saying? Just because there's a demo next door doesn't mean that you can't that you're not allowed to go to work. You know, what if they had class? Obviously, you know, what if they don't have class because they were gone, but what if they have work? What if they have something else going on? Even though school's not in, they have something else going on with something else. Who knows? Probably work. And it wasn't even during the dark either. It was daylight when it took place. No. I mean, it's probably just was going to work. Probably just was going to work. It was probably, what was it? Probably like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, I think. We'd have to look at it for sure, but I mean, it's probably like, I know it was light out.
I mean, even if the inside was damaged, you know, just walking around the outside could have been helpful for the jury if they wanted to do that. I want to ask you, though, about a trial date. The prosecution filed a motion saying they want summer of 2024. There's no trial date right now, which I know is upsetting. I mean, do you have anything new on that?
Well, it looks like, you know, there's a hearing that's scheduled for the judge to reconsider some of the motions that he's already decided. And in that motion and the judge's order for scheduling, I think it's January 26th is the next hearing date. Part of that hearing in the morning will be closed to the public. In the afternoon, though, there'll be an open hearing at 1 o'clock. And it says in his order that that's after that hearing that they'll be setting a time and date for trial and a scheduling order on the case. So we're hopeful that that happens at that time.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnation.now.
So with that in mind, I want to bring in News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton. He spent weeks.
So this is what we just watched on that post, but this is the 3.5.
And weeks outside that home. I can't imagine it not being there, for starters. Sort of an eerie thought.
Yeah.
You know?
It's weird to think that it's just a big empty lot now, especially just visually seeing it in my head because it's in between all these other apartment buildings.
So iconic. I mean, at this point.
Yeah.
So you have broken some really fascinating news. This is something I've never heard happen in a criminal case with evidence, but tell me what they did with the rubble.
Yeah, so after the demolition, we've learned they were really, really concerned about people coming and...
Shonda, I drove around a lot. Just put it in on Google Maps and it'll actually give you like the exact... I like to look it up on Google Maps because then it tells me like how long it is walking distance as well. Because sometimes the walking distance does make a big difference when it comes to some of these things, because who's to say that, you know, they didn't walk either.
Trying to figure out where the
I was all over the place though, Shonda. I was all over the place whole week.
Pieces of the house were taken and actually trying to like get a piece of the house, which is super freaky and weird to even imagine someone would want to do that. But
why would you? You know what I mean?
And then they like sell it on eBay and stuff. It's gross. But they were ready for that. So what they did is they took all of the pieces of the house after the demolition to a solid waste facility not far away, where they had dug a massive hole feet and feet and feet beneath the earth. They put everything in the hole and it's already been covered up. So they're hoping that is a way that they can be sure that no one will do that.
Because I remember, I don't even remember what month, but I remember sometime last year, there was grave concern about the process, right? Like we've got to have it, we've got to have
look at that roof.
areas, we've got to have chain link fences up because we just can't have people coming in while the house is coming down and grabbing pieces of that sort of macabre memory.
Yeah, and they had a whole setup this time. I mean, they had a media area. The people weren't allowed on the street right in front of the house. They started very early. That was the thing that surprised me the most about the whole thing, was they started tearing the house down before the sun came up, and most of the house was down, probably about half, like right as the sun was rising.
Can you just ask our producers, do we have sound on this video, by the way, that's playing beside Brian? There's
Oh, it's
sound that we can just turn up on it. I'm always curious to sort of be transported to. I think it's silent. Is part of the problem they just kept us so far
it's
away
a horrible
that we
sound.
just couldn't sort of be there and be documenting this close up? I mean, I remember them saying they're going to block off every street. You had no access to get near it.
Yeah, I mean, there was an area next to the house where the cameras could be. It wasn't that far away. I think it's just weird to
at
watch it
that.
come down at this state of things. Like if everything was
Nothing.
over, maybe it'd almost be like a relief.
I
People
think you're
seeing
right.
it.
There you are.
Yeah, but it's because it's so like everything is still so not unsettled.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't feel right now.
No, I'm with you. And I know that Steve Gonzalez and 3 of the victims' family members all feel the same way. You know, Ethan Chapin's
Wow,
parents
that says
don't
it's
feel that
coming
way.
up
They've got kids that are still there. They have
Queen
2
Road.
of the triplets that are still
Wow.
there. Can you just tell me the really
That
good
says it
news
was coming
about
up
the
Queen
Gonzalez
Road. I
family and
haven't
what
seen that
Yes,
before.
Olivia had another baby. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister, December 29th, which is your birthday, by the way.
Yay, happy birthday.
Yeah, so you guys
That's
share a
great.
birthday. But yeah, it's really, it's nice to see with everything that they've been through. And I know that brings them joy.
They were in such need of joy. So this is sort of the second injection of joy, her second.
I can't stand her voice. But yes, they had a new baby as well. Shout out to them. I just can't stand her voice. Oh my gosh. All right. Now, let's get into some goods here. So this is a short one that I'm going to play real quick. Shout out to Caddy. Whoops, where'd it go? This is one. Let me see here. Olivia talks about the keypad lock on the door.
Investigators continue to find evidence 5 days after a horrific quadruple killing at this Idaho home. A dramatic new revelation from the county coroner. At least one of the victims was killed in their bed. Tonight, the family of Kaylee Gonzalez left with few answers.
My husband is in contact with them every day, the FBI, Moscow, Idaho State Police, and every day he just says, "Nothing, babe." And I'm like, "Nothing?" And he's like, "Nothing. I mean, just nothing."
Police releasing a map showing where the victims were in the approximate hours before their deaths, asking the public for any information.
We're doing the fastest job, the most thorough job, though, that we can to hold the integrity of this case and maintain that.
Officials say there was no sign of forced entry. Their house.
You know, he reminds me of like a coach. Like a coach for a football team. You know? He reminds me, we just gotta maintain. We just gotta give it 100%. We just gotta keep pushing. Like, it's the same shit. We just need to, have the integrity, stay vigilant, collect all the evidence, go through as much as we can, determine what fits, and then keep it to the vest for the integrity of the investigation. It's such a joke.
Asking the public for any information.
We've got to keep it to the vest.
The fastest job, the most thorough job, though, that we can to hold the integrity of this case and maintain that.
Officials say there was no sign of forced entry. Their house had a keypad lock.
It was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code. So no sign of forced entry doesn't necessarily mean that they were invited in.
With the
right there, guys. What did she just say?
There was no sign of forced entry. Their house had a keypad lock.
It was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code.
We'll do it one more time, and I'll share the link with it to you guys. Thank you again, Caddy, for finding this one.
House had a keypad lock.
It was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code. So no sign of forced entry doesn't necessarily mean that they were invited in.
There you go. No sign of forced entry doesn't mean that they were necessarily invited in, and people that didn't even live there had the code. No forced entry. They said the door was open when they arrived. The door was open when they arrived. They also said no forced entry, which means that they don't believe the person, because even if the door was left open, there would still be a sign of forced entry. Just because the door's open doesn't mean somebody didn't use force to enter it in the first place to leave it open. And just because no forced entry, it could easily been unlocked, and that's also a sign of no forced entry. But the thing is there was no forced entry. So either the door was not locked, which you hear from the Steve Consalvis family, that Kaylee was always aware and always locking her doors. And I'm just saying, don't you think if they're the last ones that are coming home, they would have had the door locked? Okay? They're not saying these things. These aren't key interviews for nothing. They say a lot of stuff to you. And like she just said, people that weren't even roommates had the code.
Lock.
It was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code.
She says it right there. People that weren't even roommates had the code. She says it. Again, if you didn't get to link to this video, here it is. This was from a year ago, November 18th, 2022. There's the link for that one. We're probably going to have a part 3 because there's quite a bit of key interviews. Now we're going to be doing some short ones here real quick, and then we're going to go to the one from we played it a little bit last night. It was the one from like a month ago or something, where they sat down with Brian Netton. We're going to be doing that one next because that's the biggest number 2. Then we're going to be seeing the Court TV one after that. But we're going to watch a couple small ones from a year ago where Steve and Olivia, Christy, they're saying a couple things. And this is all right shortly after everything was going down. So this is Kaylee again speaking for the first time on News Nation.
I want to bring in Kaylee's sister now, Olivia. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Olivia. I remember from when we first started communicating, when all of this began, you told me that you believed that this was going to be a stranger who came into the house. And according to the police, you were right the way that all of this played out. But what did you think when you first learned that Brian Kohberger was the suspect?
I think we always presume, innocence. I don't think it really hit me until the affidavit was released and I was able to kind of read that and process that. And then you not only have a name and a face, but, the beginnings of a case against him.
You have been working so hard behind the scenes, and I don't think a lot of people realize that because in many ways your dad has sort of been the face of the family. But since the beginning, you've been digging into this and trying to find leads and sending things to the police. And you told me that, you didn't feel like you would be able to really grieve until there was an arrest made. Do you feel like now you're able to do that?
I think my family as well as myself are starting to get there. And it's kind of an odd time to do that, being that we still have such a long road ahead of us. But the relief that we all felt having a suspect in custody was, it was like, I can't even describe it. Like the weight of the world was lifted from our shoulders.
The court process now, though, I mean, that's, your dad has told me that can be overwhelming to think about, the fact that you guys are going to have to be in court. Do you plan to be at the hearings?
Yeah, every single one.
One thing back to the affidavit that I think a lot of people were surprised by was the fact that one of the roommates was awake when the killer walked by, and that the 911 call wasn't made until hours and hours later. Do you know any more about why that might be?
I don't have any other information for that. I do know Dylan is really young, and she was probably really, really scared. And until we have any more information, I think everyone should stop passing judgments, because you don't know what you would do in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's people online, obviously.
And it's true. As much as people, what's up, Beckles, Afterglow? How are you doing? CEO, how are you? It's true, though. As much as everything is shady, right? About the 8-hour delay and all of this stuff, we're just told what they wanted to tell us. So, who knows? Just like anything is possible. Just like anything is possible, there could be some hugely minute possible reason why you wouldn't be calling for 8 hours. Okay? I don't know what it would be. I can't even think of one. Unless you just can't move. Unless you just can't move your arms and your legs, and you can't say nothing, then I don't know what it, but it is possible. Okay, it is possible. So as much as we do, we only know what LE has been feeding us. What's up, Legendary? We only know what LE's been feeding us, and we know the dumb ass statements in the PCA that are just confusing. So who knows? Maybe that's why they neither one of them want to have anything to do with the case, because they know that their words or statements were already twisted to fit, like the surveillance and the DNA evidence was twisted to fit. But you don't have the DNA strand hopping up on the witness stand. You got the witnesses hopping up on you don't have the camera hopping up trying to argue either way, or having to answer, what is this footage? Is this footage? And the camera's not having to be up there answering questions about the graininess, quality, and why it's this and that. The witnesses are going to be up there. They're probably going to get tore to shreds. So who knows? Maybe there is that small, minute possibility that there was a reason that you wouldn't call for 8 hours. Very minimal, but who knows? Maybe there is.
It's totally inappropriate at this point, and you're right. No one knows how they would handle a situation like that, or what was really happening. I mean, we only know what's in the probable cause.
Unless you're,
so far.
I don't know.
Is there anything you've learned that connects Kohberger to any of the victims here? Last I talked to your dad, he said the family was looking for connections, but there wasn't anything really apparent at this point.
Who knows? I'm just saying, what if
I think we're still going to keep looking. I've had a lot of people reach out with Instagram posts or even Spotify or lots of connections that they've been able to find. And those are super valuable. All of those go over to, the Moscow Police Department, as well as the Idaho State Police and the FBI, because nothing is insignificant at this point, and everything is being looked through.
There's this feeling that many have shared that perhaps Kohberger was watching the interviews, was in the Facebook groups, was on Twitter. Do you get a sense that that might be the case, that he was almost watching all of this as it played out?
Weren't we? I mean, listen, let's be real. Were we not watching? So because we were doing it too, does that mean okay, since we weren't living there, we're excluded? I mean, geez, you're from there. Why wouldn't you be? You're from there. Why not? Why wouldn't you be all over it and looking around and seeing what the updates were? You're from there, and we're not even from there, and we were doing it.
I do. A lot of that comes from the fact that he had visited the home so many times before, late at night, early hours. He's presented this pattern of behavior. He went back to the home the morning before police had been called, I think to see if his circus, so to say, had started to unfold. And I think that he would not have been able to refrain from engaging with the online communities, the theories, the conspiracies, and everything in between.
How did you first find out, Olivia, that there was an arrest?
My mom actually told me. I had been staying at her house. Me and my husband were upstairs, and she came up the stairs. It was probably around 11 o'clock at night, the day before the arrest had been made. At the time, we didn't know what state, and we didn't even have a name. We just knew that a suspect was in custody.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
All right, there's that one. We're going to go to another short one here. And then we'll get to the big one after these couple small ones here. Now, this is from Good Morning America. I don't know how many of you have seen this one. This one's not really out there that much. We're going to check this one out. Another small one, especially when it comes to you'll remember this one. It's when he looked defeated, but that's after this next short one here. This is from a year ago as well.
To the killings of those 4 University of Idaho students.
November 29th. This is from November 29th.
Hundreds of tips, thousands of pieces of evidence. Arcana Whitworth has been on this story for us. Spoke with the father now of one of the victims. Kana, good morning.
Hey, TJ, good morning. Kaylee Gonzalez's father told me they moved to this region of Idaho because it was safe. There had not been a homicide in Moscow in 7 years. And now this morning he tells me the only thing worse than losing.
Right. If you're stalking the house, you're there 12 times. Come on. If you're stalking the house, you're there 12 times in a day. Not 5 months.
Losing his daughter, her best friend, and 2 others.
You're there 12 times in a day.
Who is responsible?
This morning, students on edge at the University of Idaho as the search for the killer in that brutal quadruple homicide enters its 3rd week.
It is disconcerting that there is somebody out there who's done such a horrible thing and they haven't been caught.
The school posting this notice on social media Monday, writing increased security will be on site for the remainder of the semester. Steve Gonzalez, the father of one of the victims, 21-year-old Kaylee, now shedding new light on what happened that night in his first sit-down interview.
It was fast, and nobody suffered and nobody felt like that kind of pain.
2 other roommates survived on the ground floor, waking up several hours later, calling friends over when their roommates were unresponsive.
Do you know the reason why the initial concern was that a roommate was passed out?
I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume that by the phones being ignored, knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting.
Officials maintain the murders happened between 3.
I'm going to play that again one more time, and I'll share the link to this video here in a second.
Roommate was passed out.
I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume that by the phones being ignored, knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting.
Officials maintain.
Right. This is right in the beginning. This is November 29th, 2022. 16 days later. 16 days later. Actually, one of these shows, Beth, we're going to be sitting down listening to the interview of the person that wrote that book. But I just I've been talking about it for weeks. I just haven't been able to get to that in a show. But man, I really want to. I really do. I would like to read it though. SG tells you everything you need to know. Tells you everything you need to know.
Maintain the murders happened between 3 and 4 a.m. and that
Oh,
the first
thank you, Beth.
911 call was made around noon. Just hours later, Steve was informed of his daughter's death, not by.
Yeah, multiple hours later, they got a call around 1-ish, 1:30 about somebody saying that she is passed and somebody came in and shot the place up. And then they had to sit there for multiple hours waiting to hear, while they're hearing all this different telephone game rumors about what took place, and they're not getting any return calls back. That had to be the scariest multiple hours. 4:30. From 1 o'clock to 4:30, people. Every grueling second from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 4:30. Ridiculous.
By police, but by family members on campus.
Let's call Maddie. And then you realize Maddie's gone too.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late-night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority-designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back in an urn.
And now, the families of the victims growing frustrated by the lack of answers.
I haven't earned the ability to grieve the way that I want to grieve. I want to be able to have justice first.
Now, Steve says that he does plan to speak at the candlelight vigil tomorrow. He went on to say he doesn't want the city of Moscow to fall apart over this. And TJ, in a show of solidarity, that candlelight vigil will be held in various locations across this entire state.
All right, Kana, we thank you so much.
Yeah, because they didn't have any students there to promote it. That's why they had to bump it back a couple weeks. Shit. We got to bump it back. So here's that link. I didn't know if I shared this one with you guys or not. I thought I did. But here's the link if you didn't have this one. We're going to switch to another small one. Yeah, that was just a couple days later, or a couple weeks later. All right, this one is from Fox News, and this one was from 11 months ago. Let me get the exact date for you. January 6th, 2023. So this is the day after the PCA.
Court documents reveal Brian Koberger, the suspect accused of killing 4 Idaho college students, apparently stalked their home at least 12 times before the crime. and came face to face with another roommate during the murders.
Cell phone data also shows he apparently returned to the scene just hours later before police were even called.
And our next guest unfortunately lost his daughter, Kaylee, during that attack. His name is Steve Gonzalez, and he also joins us with attorney Shannon Gray. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning. Steve, were you there? Were you there in the courtroom?
I sure was. We expect to have somebody there every day.
What did you think when you saw the suspect, the man that might have killed or is allegedly killed your daughter?
Yeah, when I seen the defendant, I seen somebody that looked like he was overwhelmed and had no idea what was going on. He didn't look as confident as I thought he was going to be based off of his background.
How'd you feel, though?
Oh, my feelings were, I was angry. I'll be honest, I was angry, and I wanted to do, my mind was filled with different things, but I kept my cool and my composure, and there's a right way to do things, and that's what I was thinking about.
Steve, I can't imagine. Also want to get your reaction to this affidavit, which revealed a lot of information we didn't previously know. What of the revelation, what were new to you? What details stick out to you?
The actual location of the sleeve, the knife sleeve, that we had heard that there was a sleeve, but we didn't know the location. We heard there was a DNA, but there wasn't a hit in the database. So knowing that they had put all those things together in the timeline that they wrote from like the beginning to the last page was very precise, and it painted a picture of, weeks and weeks of investigation and following, and each line gave me a little bit more confidence that we were in a very good position.
Steve, there's so many questions. As great and as informative as that affidavit was, there's still a lot of questions out there. Just curious, did they keep the families involved? And if so, how? Did they say, we're very confident we have a suspect, we think we're getting closer? Did they let you see this timeline before they actually even made the arrest?
No, we filled in parts of the timelines through the time. It was a co-work, but those guys did by far the vast majority of the work. We kind of inserted ourselves, and we said we need to be communicated. We wanted to have meetings. We wanted to be helpful. We had this audience. We had people that were willing to listen and willing to help and provide information that may have been missing. We had this white card to look for. So yeah, they helped, and we worked together. But I didn't have the details like that, and I told them not to give me any details that could accidentally mess up the case.
So did you know for the first time, like we did, that one of the roommates came face to face with him and described him with bushy eyebrows, with a thin build but an athletic build, the way we now know that was written? Did you know that?
I had heard that somebody has seen somebody in a mask. I didn't know if it was something that was like yelled out, and one of the people that was downstairs heard that. I did not know it was one of the people downstairs.
Did you hear that? He didn't know if it was something that was yelled out. He's got a mask. What? Let's hear that again. He what?
Yeah, they helped, and we worked together. But I didn't have the details like that, and I told them not to give me any details that could accidentally mess up the case.
So did you
I know.
Did you know for the first time, like we did, that one of the roommates came face to face with him and described him with bushy eyebrows, with a thin build but an athletic build, the way we now know that was written?
Right? A thin build but an athletic build. That's like saying, I don't know, a red car, a brown car, a red car, a purple car, an athletic build, thin build. What?
Written? Did you know that?
I had heard that somebody has seen somebody in a mask.
But listen.
I didn't know if it was something that was like yelled out, and one of the people that was downstairs heard that.
What? This is January 6th, you guys. This is January 6th. This isn't December 6th. This isn't November 26th. This is January 6th. After the PCA dropped. Right after the arrest, a week after the arrest, the day after the PCA was released. This is after all of those interviews where he's telling people, don't make me be the alpha dog. He's telling people, I don't want to have to tell what's going on. I don't want to have to put this out there. I'm not trying to be a bad guy, you know? What? This is after he knows all of the sleuthing that they've been doing. And how is that even a what?
With him and described him with bushy eyebrows, with a thin build but an athletic build, the way we now know that was written. Did you know that?
I had heard that somebody had seen somebody in a mask. I didn't know if it was something that was like yelled out, and one of the people that was downstairs heard that. I did not know it was one of the people downstairs that actually eyewitnessed this person. And to me, it was just a call.
One of the people downstairs. So yeah, that's why both roommates were reported as being downstairs in the beginning, because she probably walked out there, was like, oh shit, and then ran downstairs. But this is the day after the PCA. I'm gonna share the link with you guys. We'll be having a part 3, and that'll probably be it for these key interviews. Because a lot of them are smaller ones after the one we get through tonight. Let's go into this one again on the part 3. Listen to this again, and I'll drop the link again in chat.
It was one of the people downstairs that actually
Go through this on your own, you guys. Let's talk about it on the next one.
A call, so I wasn't positive that it wasn't just a rumor, so we never mentioned it. The details in the affidavit are kind of shocking, but I'm sure we'll get the more details as time goes on. But yeah, it reads very bizarre.
Shannon, if he is convicted, do you expect the death penalty?
Well, I think Steve and the family have talked about it, and I think it's something that the decision that will be made by all the families on whether or not the death penalty is something that the state pursues on this case. So I don't think it's just a decision for the Gonzalez family. I think it's a decision for all the victims' families, and then, they'll see where it goes from there.
Shannon, you had a chance to look at this affidavit as well. How airtight is the case as you look at it right now?
Well, I thought the affidavit was a lot of information was in the affidavit, and it sounds like it's a solid case. I was a former prosecutor myself, now a criminal defense attorney. I look at it in both ways. As a prosecution, it looks like it has a really great timeline. There's DNA evidence. There's the evidence from the cell phones and the automobile, and that he was aware of the location coming back and forth. So there's a lot of good information there. And then when I flip over to the defense side, I still have a hard time understanding how they're going to get past the DNA evidence on the sheath. A lot of times in cases that I've defended, sometimes you go in and you sit down and you talk with the defendant and say, hey, this is a great piece of evidence. How do we get past this piece of evidence? And so I think that's one of the most convincing pieces of the affidavit is the DNA evidence. So
sometimes, Steve, you have gut feelings. Did you think when you looked at this guy in the jumpsuit, you were looking at your daughter's killer?
Yeah, I did. I did a research before I came into that courtroom. I was looking for a certain look. I wanted him to meet me eye to eye. He had done that exact same behavior previously when he was in Pennsylvania, and he chose not to, or he was afraid to look back. And for me, that wasn't a good sign.
What about the fact that he smiled?
Dang it. They keep moving it.
I heard about that later. I don't know.
it's hard to comment.
He smiled to his fucking attorney like he does every single time, but because he's trying to be respectful to the lady. And it's not like a smile, it's a grin. Right, SG was in Pennsylvania? So he got tipped off. He got tipped. Wow, PR. Hey, Steve, guess what? We're going to arrest him the next day. If you want to show up, go ahead. What better PR is that? What better PR is that to have one of the family members at the frickin' arrest? What? So he knew the SWAT operation was going down.
A lot of times in cases that I've defended, sometimes you go in and you sit down and you talk with the defendant and say, hey, this is a great piece of evidence. How do we get past this piece of evidence? And so I think that's one of the most convincing pieces of the affidavit is the DNA evidence. So
sometimes, Steve, you have gut feelings. Did you think when you looked at this guy in the jumpsuit, you were looking at your daughter's killer?
Yeah, I did. I did a research before I came into that courtroom. I was looking for a certain look. I wanted him to meet me eye to eye. He had done that exact same behavior previously when he was in Pennsylvania, and he chose not to, or he was afraid to look back. And for me, that wasn't a good sign.
What about the fact that he smiled?
In Pennsylvania, he just...
Previously when he was in Pennsylvania, and he chose not to, or look. I wanted him to meet me eye to eye. He had done that exact same behavior previously when he was in Pennsylvania, and he chose not to, or he was afraid to look back. And for me,
So he looked at him when he was in Pennsylvania. The court date? I put a pic in mod chat referencing Kaylee's possible Apple Watch. Oh. I think it is. I think it is, no? That looks like an Apple Watch to me. I don't know. We'd have to look on maybe the grub truck. I mean, she is wearing a hoodie the night of the grub truck, but maybe the grub truck might show her. I don't know if the picture at the corner club would, but the grub truck Apple Watch. Maybe the grub truck. Well, we can check that out. Oh, hey, hold on one second. What's up, Yoli? How are you? Let me, I think you're on mute. Let me get the grub truck. Hold on.
I was on mute.
What's up? Let me check the grub truck real quick.
I don't think we could see whether she had it on or not.
No, that's why we're checking the grub truck. We're gonna see if we can.
No, I don't think we could, but I don't.
I never looked. I never looked. I never
I
looked to
think
see if she was.
Unravel was. I kind of remember
she in
Unravel
chat?
was looking. I don't
Is she
know.
in chat?
I'm not sure if she's in chat, but I kind of vaguely remember when she was ordering the carbonara and she was giving her card to the guy.
Let's see. Let's go here.
Let's do the 5 cheese. Yeah.
Yeah. So straight 5 cheese?
No, I'll do 2 of those.
2? Yeah, you got it, man.
Are you guys doing burritos right now?
Yeah.
It's like $12. Yes, I'm gonna put some in the tank here.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been
$12, so it's just gonna be 2. 3 is a lot for me.
So 1 would be fine if I was getting pasta or
Yeah.
mac and cheese too.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
I can't frickin'.
It's like $12.
It's because it's such a long video. It's so hard for me to just click on like seconds away. It just changed. It's like minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna put some in the tank here.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been
$12, so it's just gonna be
$5.
$5. Once I clear, yeah, it should just be $5. Just,
17, right?
Yep. Or no, it's 19.
Okay.
Because it's 16 for the 2 max, and then each drink is $1.50. That's 19.
Thank you, brother. Give me another tip.
Thank you. Fucking thank you, man. 476.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What are your first 4 max?
Can I get a basil pesto?
All
Yeah,
5
definitely.
cheeses?
1 basil pesto, $9.
1 once?
And I'm just gonna let it play through once, because it's so hard for me to navigate just seconds on here. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it goes by like it goes crazy fast. There it is. Come on, right there. That's as close as I can get. We'll see. They're only there for minutes anyway, so I'm just gonna let it play through once. It's full screen, the best quality I can show you. So if you guys see it, you know, I'm just gonna let it play through. And I'll let you guys pause it, play it at 0.25 YouTube speed, take screenshots, whatever you guys want to do. I'm just gonna let it play through, you guys. We can, after the show's over, we can even play it at 0.25 or something, you know. I just can't play it right here because it's an actual video file. I don't have it uploaded to YouTube. I never got to it. I probably should and just make it like a members only. Put it in there with my real footage upload. I probably should upload this. Put it on my channel. How's everything going for you? Have you heard anything about the trial? Yeah.
The trial?
Yeah, what happened? Good news?
Yeah, they want to move it to January
Oh my gosh.
16th. As if, you know, I'm swear to God, I'm going to be sending the court my expert's bill for having to rearrange everything. I swear.
Oh.
I'll send you the email. It's unbelievable.
Really? So
Wait, yeah, I'll send you the emails.
instead of a few months, it's going to be just a couple weeks.
January 26th. Okay, so now they say, and wait till you see the email. It's unbelievable. I can't even describe it right now. I'm just livid, but I'll
The
get over it.
26th. Hold on.
January 26th. That's the date
That's
of
the
the
same
hearing.
day.
I know.
That's the same.
Mm-hmm.
What the? Wow.
I know. Isn't that strange? It always happens that way.
Wow.
But now they want to move it to the 16th.
Okay.
We don't need
Well,
to talk about my stuff.
How long do you think? Oh, I'm just letting it play through, and then we can play it slow speed in the future. Because I don't have my own version on YouTube, and I'm not going to pull up another channels right
Right?
now.
I wish Crime Solver, I wish I could tell him that, you know what, you're interfering with my YouTube stuff.
Right? Yeah, because like that's the day I want you to be on panel. You know?
Yeah, I know.
know?
It's crazy. But I will send you the email, and it's so uncertain. I have depositions scheduled, and the 12th, like, oh God.
So how long is it? How long do you think it's gonna last? Like since they want to start it early on the 16th, do you
Well, I
think
don't
you'd
even-
be done in a week? Probably not, huh?
Maybe, but maybe not.
Yeah. What does it depend on? Does it depend on if?
Well, it depends on okay, number one, it depends on whether the expert's going to be available if we start on the
Okay.
16th. Okay. Number two, the client's husband is having surgery on January 8th, and so he was going to be available on January 26th, but now that it's January 16th, that's just the week after his surgery.
That's
He may
too
not be
close.
available. It's too
Yeah.
close. So, but it's so uncertain. When I show you the email, you'll see that it's like, okay, come on, you can't operate this way. This is beyond
Really?
anything.
Right.
And so anyway, it would depend on jury selection, like how long that takes and how long the court's going to take to rule on motions in limine, because she hasn't done that. The court hasn't done that yet. So, it depends on all the pretrial stuff before we start the actual trial, because there's rulings on motions in limine, and then there's picking a jury, and then there's calling your first witness. So, it doesn't start on the date. But in any event, I don't want to talk about that right now.
Well, I mean, yeah, because I was gonna see if I could get because I know it was gonna be like I was gonna see if if it would have been like a 3 or 4 o'clock central kind of thing. We're getting together or like 5 in the afternoon central, getting together a little early for everybody. But I was gonna see if I could get because I was talking to them earlier. Shout out Andrew D. Myers. Yeah, I was on their show. That video is going to be dropping in a few days probably. But I was hanging out with them, having a conversation on their show earlier, and I was telling them, I was like, "Yeah, we got to get you two and Yoli and me all together here on the show sometime. I think it'd be really cool." And I was kind of thinking maybe that could have been maybe a possibility, but dang.
Wait till you see the email.
Dang.
It's like never in my lifetime has this ever happened. I mean, I've been practicing for, let's see, 2002, for 21 years almost, and never has this ever happened. It's
a shit show, huh?
I understand that the judge is restricted to what, like, she has limitations, like she's not the one making the decisions for the state of California, But yeah, when they did the COVID thing, they didn't plan.
Just winging it, huh? Whoop, I didn't mean to cover it. Sorry. And I'm just letting this play through until.
What's that person doing squats?
I can barely see it because StreamYard doesn't. When I play my videos in full screen, I can't click on the full screen menu for StreamYard. So literally, the screen that I'm watching on is like this big. So I couldn't even tell you if, that's why I'm saying I'm just letting it play through so you guys can see or take screenshots or slow down.
Yeah. So the watch would, I think you can tell. I think other crimes have been solved with those, smartwatches.
Well, yeah, because it tracks everything.
I'm not familiar with how it works, but I know that a couple of other crimes have been solved with the watch, with the smartwatch or Apple Watch. But I don't know the details.
I mean, hell, it's even checking your pulse and your blood pressure, all that crazy shit, Hell, that thing steps and movements and exercise and, it's all about data.
Yeah, I don't think we could tell.
What is it with the watch though? Like was there one that was recovered in the
No, but
list of...
I don't know, but she had it on in the picture.
Yeah.
Did she have it on in the group picture? The group picture.
I don't think you could tell.
Yeah. Look, see, I don't think you can tell.
I don't think you could. Because she had Kaylee on her shoulders, and then I think and then Dylan was standing in front of her doing the fish lips. I'm sorry, that shit is so annoying.
Well, is it her real lips or?
No, it's the way that they put their lips,
like
whenever they're taking pictures. I don't even know if you could call what DM does as a pucker. I don't even know if you could call that a pucker. That's more like a. It's more like like one of those little puppies that when it barks at you, it only shows its top teeth. It's like one of those. You know what I mean? The little teeny things that like growl at you and only the top teeth show. It's weird. I don't know. It's just I don't even know if you call it. I don't even know if you can call it a pucker.
More like an ischemic stroke.
Something. I don't know.
Oh, look at Detective Golden. She's got the dog upside down with the teeth. Her icon.
Yeah, there you go. That's all of them, though. Now, them little dogs, they only show the top lip,
Well, my dog doesn't have teeth anymore, so. Took them all out.
There you go, Kelly. Did the dog have an Apple tag on its leash? That's a good question, Mr. Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Or the collar. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't think we're
good
gonna.
question. Damn. Because think about it. Listen, there's all sorts of tags and shit, because you don't want to lose your puppy. Okay, she raised her hands. Who knows? Maybe you'll see one. I don't know. I can't see shit. Thank you, StreamYard. If you can update StreamYard, and I need to go to one of their town halls and tell them this. Please allow us to hit the full screen on our damn screen if we're showing a full screen video. It sucks. I can't see shit. It's literally this big. Do you have it on full screen, Yoli? I don't.
Well, I have it on a screen, but I don't want to move it.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean, I have another screen.
See, she's putting her hands up again. You guys might be able to. Hell, I'll have to go back to the show after we're done and I'll have to play it at 0.25 YouTube speed. So there's that. All right. So, like I said, we have, there's going to be a part 3. We don't have enough to really do a whole show of part 3 for the key interviews, but it will be close to a full episode, and then we'll be done with the key interviews from the Consalvas family, unless they come out with another one. So we're going to get into, and like I said, let me know about, what we just played and if you guys see anything. So this one is going to be the full interview from, it was like a month ago. Let me get the date. November 13th, 2023. Yeah, that was the actual day I was there. So we even did a show on this when they did this interview. And this was a tough one because they do say a lot in this one as well. They really do. Especially with it being a year to the day. Now, I remember we were doing a show that night. I was at the hotel. Tough night just to hear all that stuff, but they say a lot of interesting things in this video as well. Here's the link to this, so you guys can save it to your playlist. If you're new to the show, I always suggest everybody to just make your own playlist from the ECJ show. That way, whenever I'm dropping these links in chat, you can just click on them real quick, save them to the ECJ show playlist of your own, and then come right back to chat, and then you have all of these links to all of this information and websites and all this other stuff that we share with the community. I want you guys to have it too. So here's the link for that. We're going to get into this one, and then tomorrow morning we're going to be getting into our part 4. We're going to be doing a daytime show where we're going over the press conference Q&As only. That'll be part 4. We've done all 3 of them in the evening, and I'm going to do one for the daytime people tomorrow. So we'll be doing part 4 tomorrow of all press conference Q&As, and then we'll be back tomorrow night to finish up part 3 of the key interviews from the Gonzalez family. So this is from November 13th, 2023.
Hey everybody, it's Brian. If you are listening and not watching this, I'm sitting inside a rental car right now in Moscow, Idaho at the University of Idaho campus. We are here for the 1-year mark of the awful murders here at the University of Idaho. Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, all killed here 1 year ago. It's weird. It doesn't really feel like a year, at least for me covering it. I know it doesn't feel like a year for a lot of the people in the community that I've been talking to. You know, I think because of this sort of ongoing legal process, it's hard for people to move on without there being a trial yet. There's not even another court date status hearing set at this point, depending on when you're watching this video. So that's frustrating for the people in the community. It's frustrating for the families. There's a candlelight vigil happening here in town. We were just over at Mad Greek, where the restaurant where Xana and Maddie worked. They had a memorial outside there for them. So it's obviously just a somber day here in Idaho. I interviewed Kaylee Gonzalez's parents. It's probably been about a week and a half now, kind of about what this year mark meant for them, how they're doing. The interview was more than an hour, and we've played a couple of clips so far on News Nation, but I wanted it in this podcast episode to play for you the full interview. Sometimes when you just see clips or shortened version, you don't get the feel of what someone's going through. And I think seeing the full hour plus interview, you really get a sense of, number one, how they're doing, this sort of hell that they're living, how ongoing it is, and also just like what amazing people they are. I was just talking to Lauren, my producer, who's sitting next to me, just about with these tragedies that I've covered recently, I've met some amazing families that are really inspiring in many ways. And the Gonzalez's, I feel that way about, just the relationship that Christy and Steve have and the support that the family has and that they show each other in such a difficult time. Same with Ethan Chapin's parents. Ethan's mom, Stacy Chapin, is really just like an amazing person, and the relationship that she has with her husband, despite everything they've been through with this, I find very inspiring. And even back to Gabby Petito and the relationship that her parents have and her step parents have, and they all are like one big family unit. It's inspiring to see the way people come together. So I hope that can come through by showing the full unedited interview. And I just think it gives people a sense of what it is really like for these families right now. So
it's horrible.
I will talk a little more after the interview, but take a look.
Some days it's just absolutely so real you cannot even run and hide from it. And other days I could just put myself and, I could go about my day. And
all
then,
the girls are asking for this and that.
And I'm back to work, and my work people are amazing. And then I come home and I'm just like,
Yeah, that's why you don't like driving the vehicle, because it always.
I hate driving.
Brings it.
I hate, because
home
the
to you.
car to me is just dreadful. It's like a prison cell. Oh my.
You guys did
gracious.
a lot more with the vehicle too. You guys were the one who went and purchased it. So for me, it's just a memory of her.
Oh, her car.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so hard for me to look out and it's out there every day, but it is so hard for me to look out there and see.
See, and that's one reason why I think that she's not really like. I'm not saying she's not involved, but I'm saying she's not. She just wants it done, and she doesn't want, which is totally how is understandable. She just wants it done. She just wants the person caught. She just wants the person charged. She just wants to not, unfortunately, you can't not think about it, but that's kind of as close as where she wants to go. And so, when you're looking at her and him, and they're talking about the guilt percentage of the person that's being charged and how it differs between the two, that's one of the that's one of the differences, and it's totally understandable because this is why right here, because she doesn't want to be in the case like that, so she's going to just trust that Ellie has a slam dunk, and she's just going to trust that there's so much evidence, because she's not looking at things that Steve's looking at, you know what I mean? Because she doesn't want to, which is totally understandable.
Kaylee's Range Rover, even though it was such a short time that she had it. And I say that, I'm like, it's so weird, but it was so Kaylee's car already. She had a Subaru Legacy for years.
Yeah.
It was a newer one. And that to me, you would think would, you see them around a lot, it's a pretty common car. That would, get me but it's not. It's that dang Range Rover, man. And yeah, I'll just I'll go out there on the back porch and I just sit there and I'm just like, because it just is such a, it was just such a happy moment. Days before, hours, literally, 96 hours before this happened. You would never think when we're sitting there running around Spokane, looking at cars, that in 3 days, she bought that on the 10th. And not even 3 days, because obviously it was, the early morning hours of that Sunday. But 2 days later, she'd be gone. And Maddie. And 2 others. It's just, it is insane. I don't know if I'll ever snap out of it. I don't know if I keep doing what I'm doing. I don't know if I go get myself in therapy because I'm a total basket case. I don't know.
You're always going to be a basket case.
I will.
You
probably always be
started the equation.
And people always say, "Oh, you're doing." They ask you, "How are you doing?" And your natural reaction is just to say, "Good, good." Good for what we, good. But the answer is not good, not good at all. How can you be?
Yeah.
I would be good if that was my dog. I'd still be okay if it was my but this is my child and her best friend.
Yeah.
And
not even like a broken marriage where they live separately and they're still they find other people get happy. You'd still recover from something like this. There is no.
Unfortunately, you're left with your own thoughts, and I think that with me is pretty bad, because those thoughts they just don't stop sometimes, and you just go down the rabbit hole, and you're just like, okay, if that is what happened, then this happened, and then this, and then you're just like, oh my gosh, get out of there quick, shut the door, like get out of that room. That room is, it's bad.
So you won't go in that car. You don't.
I will. I will. And
but if we have a choice, it's always something else.
Yeah. And I have a tiny car. I have a little car, and obviously that's roomier and stuff. But I'm like, oh no, well, I'll take my dogs and we'll get in my car. And I mean, he, you know, takes up my whole car pretty much. And I'm like, oh, well, it's okay. Just make some room.
Yeah.
Scoot, scoot. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just very heartbreaking. And I mean, looking at it, riding in it. Yeah, I thought that I would drive it. I thought that we would probably switch. I'm like, well, probably, because we didn't get it back for a long time. And that car hit me hard.
6-7 months.
When we got that car back.
Yeah, I remember the pictures of you. There
Yeah.
were some pictures of you when you went and got it.
And it was like, wouldn't, you know.
They pulled a chip out of it. It took them, it was a little bit more complicated to get it all working and running again.
It was definitely, yeah, getting that car back because
They pulled a chip out of it, and it was hard to get it running again. Why would they? Okay, they knew that she. Okay, why would they pull the chip out of it? They knew that she walked from the corner club to the grub truck. She knew that they got a private ride to the house, and they didn't go anywhere after that. So why would they need to pull the chip out of her SUV to the point where they couldn't even get it to work right at first? And you're talking about a lot of money to get a computer fixed in a fucking Land Rover, man. Shit, the name alone's costing you twice as much as it normally would if it was a freaking Subaru.
That's odd.
Yeah, but the car didn't go nowhere. The car wasn't used the night of. You know what I'm saying? They got a private ride to Corner Club. They walked to Grub Truck and got a private ride from Grub Truck to the house, and they didn't go anywhere. The house was never reported leaving. The Bluetooth in the car, but how you think the Bluetooth's gonna connect to something if it doesn't have a damn key in it, or if it doesn't have the key fob?
It might show where she was previously to getting to the house. You know, I mean, maybe that might have some relevance if that's even what the chip is
There's
for.
a whole bunch. Okay, maybe if something happened at the Corner Club, okay, let's see where she went right before. But there was the Corner Club, there was the Grub Truck, and I'm gonna be honest with you, when I went and showed you guys the footage at night, I'm sorry, it's pretty damn dark, and I think something would have happened if something was gonna happen, maybe, or something weird was gonna happen. And then you're able to go back. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I didn't go to school for it, and maybe it's just normal. But to me, it seems odd. I could see if there's Wi-Fi. If the key fob's sitting in it, which would mean that the car would be turned on and running, because what's the point of having the vehicle looking for Wi-Fi? That's just an extra power source to drain from the battery while the key's not in it. So it doesn't make any sense. You're going to have a power source to have the the radio to remember the time that's entered, but you're not the power source to constantly look, because if your Wi-Fi is on and it's looking, that means it's constant. Are you going to tell me that if you leave your phone on Wi-Fi all night and you don't put it in the charger, what do you think your battery is going to look like in the morning if it's sitting outside? I mean, it's going to, I don't know. I just don't see a vehicle creating a power source while the vehicle's off to have a Wi-Fi connection to what are you going to connect to? What are you going to do with it after you connect to it? Because you got to have the car on to navigate anything, you know? So I don't understand that.
Well, maybe the tech people at the trial can elaborate on that.
Yeah.
If they have evidence that leads to
It's a good question.
linking BK to the crime, because that's really what I mean. I keep thinking about it, and really, it's about evidence linking BK to the crime at this point, to me.
Right. So what would a chip have to do in Kaylee's car when she didn't drive it?
Right.
And she drove it earlier that day, and then they.
I don't know, but
you know
it's
what I mean?
very.
It doesn't. So they pulled the chip out where they had issues with it. That's weird.
Well,
Quick, shut the door. You know, like get out of that room. That room is, it's bad.
So you won't go in that car. That's you don't.
I will. I will. And
but
I mean,
if we
I
have a
should've-
choice, it's always something.
Oh
else.
yeah. And I mean, I have a tiny car. I have a little car, and obviously that's roomier and stuff. But I'm like, oh no, I'll take my dogs and we'll get in my car. And I mean, he takes up my whole car pretty much, and I'm like, oh well, it's okay. Just make some room.
Yeah.
Scoot.
I know it's. I know it stores data.
I don't know.
I know it stores data. It's the question that's deeper than that. Why in the fuck are you worried about where that's what we're asking. What we just asked when we were talking a minute ago.
What it is, it's just.
What about it? What about it? You know.
And I mean, looking at it, riding in it. Yeah, I thought that I would drive it. I thought that we would probably switch. I'm like, well, probably because we didn't.
But if it's on though, AG, what's the point? This is the question though. What is the point of the Wi-Fi connecting if the car's not on? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the point? What is the point? But what is the point of it connecting to something if you don't even have the car on to navigate what you're connecting to? I'm going to connect to the Wi-Fi, but I can't do nothing because it's not on. Okay, cool. There we go. So I connected to the Wi-Fi, and that's as far as you can go with it. What is the point? I don't understand.
Get it back for a long time.
If it's not on.
And that car hit me hard.
Okay, we connected. I mean, I don't. For
got
what?
that car back.
I remember the pictures of you. There were some pictures of you when you went and
To
got
do what?
it.
And it was like
Google.
That's
if it's
Pull the chip
on.
out of it.
That's if it's on.
It was a little bit more complicated to get it all working and running again.
It was definitely, getting that car back because she had just put stuff in it. And I was talking to her as she was like packing it up. And she didn't, I mean, she unloaded some of it back at that house, but it mostly was all in there exactly. And it had just sit in like a time capsule for, 6-7 months.
What? Okay, remember that picture we went into, or when I showed yesterday, how it showed that it was the same room? So she brought stuff back and unpacked it. What would she bring back? I mean, what would she bring back and then unpack? Why would she have packed it up and then came back and unpacked? What the hell is that?
Yeah, there's something. Well, I
What
mean,
are- What
well,
would you
here's the thing. I'm almost thinking that she meant at her house, not at the place. But I don't know that for sure. But I do know that in the picture that
Oh,
was
we saw the
posted
pictures?
of all four, no, in the picture of all four of them, of all of them, including Bethany and Dylan, where Bethany and Dylan are on either
Yeah.
side, on both sides.
I showed.
Well, that was on a post, and it said, and Kaylee posted it and
Same
said,
day.
I'm
The
so
same
I'm
day.
so and she posted it
Yeah.
and she said, I'm so happy to be surrounded by these people
Yeah.
every day.
The same day. The same day
so-
as this picture, Yoli.
Right.
It's
So
the same day.
So I thought to myself, why would she be saying that she's surrounded by these people every day if she moved out? Now, I don't know. It was a question that I had in my mind, but it's
at the
irrelevant.
picture.
I mean, it's
That's the
irrelevant
same
in terms of what happened.
She didn't move out.
I don't think she did, but you know what? truly just remember that inconsistency. And she posted about how wonderful it was to be around these people every day. Well, first of all, Ethan didn't live there that I know of. And she said, around with these people every day. It almost made me think that Ethan was one of the roommates. And that's exactly what I thought when I saw that post. But he wasn't allegedly living there. And then when I heard that she had already moved back home, I thought, wait a second, that post before the day of tells me something different. Why would she post that? And in my mind, I thought, well, maybe she's trying to trick Jack or JD that she hasn't left and she's there. I don't know. I made some crazy explanation in my mind for what what I thought.
Oh, we talked about him last night when it came to the shit that he was posting to the dudes that were hitting on her, even though they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Why do you think Kaylee told him we need a break, dude? You need to take a break because you're getting out of control, bro.
Well, in my crazy mind, I was thinking she did it to Miss. So if you believe that she moved out,
I could see it. If somebody's typing that shit that you saw typing to dudes, that's not that. Look, bro, that's not it. Look, you done fucked up. That's your ex. It's not your girlfriend no more. So what do you like? Why are you putting that much emotion into it when maybe you should have put that much emotion into your relationship working instead of putting that much emotion into talking shit to the other dudes that were hitting on your beautiful woman. Be proud, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't be mad. Be proud. So of course the dude's gonna have. I could see her leaving the room like that, like you're saying, because who knows how the dude was. Who knows how he would have acted if he really knew for sure that she was leaving for good. And maybe that's what fucking Kaylee asked Maddie about what she told Adam. She told Adam that Kaylee's really moving the fuck away.
And so what my thought was is when you leave somebody like that,
he would have got mad.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're in an abusive relationship, they always say, the hardest, the dangerous part is when you're leaving. That's one of the most dangerous parts.
Wow.
Of leaving. Okay. So when I saw that post, I mean, if you believe that she moved out, why would she be posting that I'm so lucky to have these people around me every day? It was either the truth or she was doing it to mislead.
You bring up a good point, and
I
think it mixes good with what I just said.
And I don't want to accuse anybody.
No, it's speculation. That's what it says at the bottom. It just scrolled off to the other side. There. It's coming back. It's coming back.
We don't know. But I've always had
look
that
at what
question.
we were talking about. Yeah, you look at what we were talking about. What you said makes sense. Listen to this. This is that. Why would you? It's a great point. Why would her room? Because we didn't even think about this yesterday. We were just saying, is this the same room? Yes, it is. You look at the flower, you look at the plant, you look at the frame, and you look at the pictures. It's the same picture right there. Why would she have left her room this way if she did move out like her parents are saying? Right? And why would she come back and unpack stuff that she already had packed? Because what Yoli is saying, and then you mix what we're talking about when it comes to the type of jealousy and rage in the responses to people hitting on his girlfriend or ex, like you mix that together. No wonder her frickin'. You're right, Yoli. Why would I message or put a post? It's so great to be around these people every single day. You have your room looking like nobody's ever moved out. And yet you're probably telling the jealous ass motherfucker that won't leave you alone or the people that are hitting on you. You're just trying to keep him at a calm. So why wouldn't you do this and say, oh, I'm just going to be out of town for a couple weeks. Instead, no, I'm really moving the fuck away. all the way
Right.
across. Listen, not from Idaho to fucking Washington, people. From Idaho to damn Texas, yo. That's from the top to the bottom. How much further can you get away unless you're going to Florida?
Well, that's what I've always
Wow.
thought, and nobody has ever. I've been dying
Right there.
because nobody has ever addressed that. I'm sure people have thought, like, why would you post that? And the other interesting thing is that Ethan was in the picture, and so
What's up, Gemini?
Ethan was in the picture, and I just want to say, you know, because I don't know what's going on, but Ethan was in the picture, and she said that she liked that it was awesome to be around these people every day, including Ethan, because he was in the picture.
Right.
And then you hear at the vigil, somebody says Ethan was looking forward to coming back to live at the
Right.
fraternity. So where was
Right.
he living? You know, and why would it be that the reactions of the family members
Whoa,
are
hold on. Was she do you think she could have been playing off some of the days that she was gone? Do you think she could have been playing it off like she was there and she didn't want to be bothered? And maybe he was sleeping in her room, making it, you know, with the curtain shut, making it look like somebody was really there was activity in the room because maybe Jack was the one that was sitting in the fucking parking lot behind the fucking house watching to see if Kaylee really was home or not.
I don't know. I don't know. But
Speculation.
Yeah, it's speculation. But
it makes sense though.
I
Where
don't know.
was he staying? Why would they say he's gonna be? You know, why would they?
Yeah, and you know what? It's a sad situation because that would explain the. I don't
Make
want
it
to
look like I am here.
like the denial in the parents. Like they probably, you know, you never know. Maybe they knew like that the relationship was not well. This is all speculation because I don't even want to put things in anybody's mind, but. And nobody, I mean, I can't judge the families no matter what they do. I just can't. They may do something horrible, but I'm not going to say anything about it because I'm just not. But you know,
That too,
sometimes
AG.
I'm going to give a hypothetical. So if there's a family who had a daughter who was with somebody who was a lot older than her, okay, and I think when they started dating, he may have been maybe a few years older than her. And if they had some inkling that he was somewhat controlling and possibly abusive in some manner, and they didn't make anything of it, they may feel guilty. I mean, they may feel such guilt that this can't be. It can't be. We could not have missed that, you know, like, no, because their actions about thinking that he is innocent or he could never do that, they belie what they asked him to do. They asked him to take off his shirt. They looked in his car. So you know, if they really thought that, they wouldn't be doing that. And I don't recall that Scott Peterson's in-laws were looking at him. They just flat out said, "Oh, we don't believe it. We don't believe it." I may be wrong, but you know, and that just adds more insult to the family because, you know, people are not perfect. Families are not perfect. It doesn't mean that they did anything wrong. If that's the case, it just means that, you know, this is how life is. I mean, you can't, I don't know. This is just my theory, and God, she was so beautiful.
I'm sorry, that's not decor. I know, we all know, went through all the house and how many hands it changes when it comes to rooms. I'm sorry, when you're looking at the photos that are taped against the part of the side of the closet there, that is not normal decor that sticks with the room. Those are pictures that are taped on the wall. You could just look at them. That is not decor that sticks with the room. Those are personal photos. Look, there's a photo of 2 young children right there, which is probably her and her sister Olivia. Probably her and Maddie. You see what I'm saying? These are personal photos. You look back here, personal computer, personal basket. The computer doesn't stay with the apartment. None of this does. You go back to this picture. Look at this. It's all the same. More personal photos off to the left. It's all the same. No, it's not. The photos do not come with the room. Just like there's tunnels. It's not happening. No, not happening. Yeah, Jack could definitely see from his point of view because he just lived a few houses away. It's just another thing that was suspicious to me last night as well when we were listening to that part one was they also said, Christy was saying that roughly 1:30, roughly 1 o'clock is when they got the call from a family member about, the first call was roughly 1 o'clock when they were watching football. The reason I say that they called Jack between roughly 1 and 1:30 is because I'm sure the phone call that they had, the first one, wasn't but a couple minutes, and I can guarantee you they were calling Jack's ass real quick right after that. So 1:30 is being generous when it comes to calling Jack. But what's crazy is between 1 and 1:30, just to be fair, between 1 and 1:30, when she mentions calling Jack in our episode last night, it just rings and rings and rings. That's mama. You answer that damn call. Even if you don't, you're mad at your girlfriend, you're mad at your ex, you're not talking to him no more. When the mama calls, you always pick up. So that's shady as hell too, that you ain't answering mama's call when she's calling you over and over and over. Because I guarantee you, if somebody's calling the mom about this information, they've already been calling you. They've already been, not the parents, other people have already been calling you, because if it has to do with your ex, they're calling you. One of the people they're going to call you, first is you. You would have already been up, bro. You would have already been up for a long time before Mama Gonsalves called your ass. And for you to sit there and let it ring, 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 very extra suspicious. That book made claims that are unconfirmed. Really? I would like to read it sometime and see, because is it like the Howard Bloom stuff? About the BE interview.
About the white thing with red on it.
White thing with red on it? What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
After the third about the... What? I don't know what that means.
I was going to say something I forgot. Damn it.
Oh, well, shit.
I forgot.
I always write it down on my notebook. Because, we always have things. Yeah, ask me a different way. I'm not sure. I don't understand. I'm going to read it ASAP. Yeah, let me know. I mean, we do have that interview. Who was that? That podcast with him and his mom.
Surviving the Survivors?
Yeah,
Surviving the Survivors, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had the guy on there while Idaho slept. I'm going to be getting through these last couple parts of the LE press conference Q&As and these Gonsalves interviews. And after that, we're going to get into that while Idaho slept. I do want to see that interview because I want to see what they have to say, because I don't think, they're going to ask good questions and legit questions, I feel, if something does seem shady, All right, so let's go ahead and we'll get to what else they're saying. Very interesting, though, very interesting contribution there, Yoli, about the whole... It just kind of adds to everything we were talking about last night.
And the other thing I wanted to say that kind of is so upsetting. I mean, I'm not an expert in trash or demolitions or anything like that, or what they do with the remains of the house or whatever. I mean, maybe they do bury it. I mean, I don't know. But you know, the fact that, you know, they demolished the house and then took it to a landfill and buried it. Well, that may be totally proper, right? I mean, that may be what they do. I don't know.
I brought it
Yeah.
up in the beginning of the show on why it made sense and the
Yeah.
reasons why and all that. So,
But
yeah,
think about
pretty
it.
dope.
Think about it symbolically. I mean, when the family hears this, it's like, damn, they just buried it. I mean, they buried their kids. It's like you just buried it. And it's symbolically,
It's
I
better than
mean,
setting it on fire.
oh God, that's true.
What are you
That's
going to do
true.
with it? You know what I'm saying?
No,
You
I
can't
know,
you
but
can't donate
symbolically,
it.
I wish they would just stop saying that, because that's like hurtful. They just, I think it is.
They need their clicks and views, you know. People are
I think
hanging
it's
out on the Evil
hurtful.
CJ show. They're not watching News Nation.
I mean,
They're not
I
watching
just
News
feel bad. I feel bad that you know, people are going around saying that they buried it when that may be perfectly what they're supposed to do. Although they're saying they're doing it because they
makes
don't
sense.
want. Wait, but the issue that I have is that they're doing it. They say that they're doing it because they don't want people to go get souvenirs. So
Yeah.
are they doing it because they don't want to get people to go and get souvenirs, or are they doing
Yeah.
it because that's the proper way to dispose it?
Both. I explained it in
Right.
the beginning of the show. They're doing it for both. Yeah, because I went through it. At the beginning of the show, if anybody missed it, I talked about it for a good 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes on why, what they usually do with it, how it's normally done, the reasons why they're doing it this way. Yeah, when you have people, this is why I said that, you know, when I was there and I saw that there wasn't any crime scene tape from one tree to another, I didn't cross that line anyway because it was about respecting the property and the victims. And
Yeah,
then
I just
you talk about how they wanted to rush it. Well, they probably felt that people were going to get souvenirs because they were probably the same people that were trying to have a fucking slumber party at the damn house while it was around crime scene, while they had crime scene tape around it. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
people are really talking about getting a slumber party together to go chill inside the fucking property, no wonder they demoed that shit quick as hell. Because Yoli, you're a lawyer. Think about this, right? How many civil lawsuits think about this. A group of people go have a slumber party at that property, and a whole group of people, because of everything that's missing inside, it's dangerous in there. A whole group of people go in there as a slumber party, and a whole bunch of people get hurt. You're talking crazy amounts of lawsuits, are you not? Even though there was crime scene tape around it, and even though it was locked. No?
I
You're
don't know.
talking major lawsuits.
There's a defensive assumption of the risk. That's a defense. I don't know if it would work, but that's a defense.
Give me a percentage.
But I do see your point. I'm not, you know, the only point I was trying to make is that it's just sad symbolically. I don't have any issue with them burying it or whatever.
No, I was
you
responding to
know.
somebody in chat. I wasn't
Oh,
I wasn't
sorry.
trying to I wasn't even saying anything about what you were saying. I
Okay,
wasn't
so
disagreeing with you or anything. I was talking
No, I know.
about something else in chat when it came to go ahead though.
No, I just wanted to say that it's sad
wasn't
that they
disagreeing.
buried it. That may have been the proper thing to do with it, and I don't have any. I mean, I personally don't have an issue with it. But when they say, you know, they buried it, and you have the media saying that, it's like hurtful. I think it would be hurtful to the families. That's all.
I'm glad they did it because they're saving people's lives. Because you know how many people probably don't have a tetanus shot that are going to be walking around in that No, for real. That don't have a
I do
tetanus
know.
shot and are going to be walking around there. That's serious shit. And I think that they're doing that as a favor to all the people that were really seriously considering the slumber party, because if you're considering a slumber party, then you probably are serious about collecting a piece of fucking vinyl siding. You know what I'm saying? That how sick is that? How sick
No,
is
that's
that?
well, you know.
I totally understand why they did it, and it's for protection for the fucking crazies out there.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just feel like it would be just another, just because it hurt me, you know, like when they're saying that. I
Yeah.
understand. I understand. It's like, yeah, public hazard. It's like a nuisance, a public nuisance hazard. Yeah. But, you know, yeah, attractive nuisance. There you go. The house could be determined as an attractive nuisance as well. So you got to balance that with the criminal case.
I mean,
And
I get it. I get it. But who knows? Maybe the reason that they pushed that demo so hard is because people were really talking about having a slumber party, and they're like, "Yo, we could have a whole bunch." I mean, think about it. What if there was 100 people? What if there was just say 100? Just say
But who
100.
was
What if
talking
there
about
was
having a slumber party?
I'm not going to name names.
Did I
I'm
miss
not going to
it?
name names. I'm not going to name names. You probably did. But what I'm saying is there was actually people talking about having a fucking slumber party and promoting it and having fun with the idea. I wouldn't even cross the crime scene tape when the crime scene tape wasn't there, because I already knew, look, it's about the respect for the property. And what I'm saying is you got people in Moscow going, okay, guys, we might have a group that's going to try and come in here and try and stay at the fucking house. What if it was 100 people? And what if 70 of them got hurt because they fell through floorboards and they fell, and you know what I mean? You're talking, you're talking multiple freaking floors here. What if it was missing the floor on the second floor living room, missing part of the floor in Kaylee's bedroom, and you could literally fall from the third floor to the first floor and hit a couple boards in between. You know what I mean? And then you imagine all of that structure integrity is gone because you're missing all of the stuff that kept the insides, stable. And now you have that missing, and then you have that many people in there, and then there could be collapses of floors. I mean, what if people died in there? That's major lawsuits. That's why I felt like they were like, we need to get rid of this.
The notice, meaning that if they had noticed that people were going to do that, and I think there was something out there that said they were going to do that. I haven't heard it. Okay.
Multiple YouTube videos. Yeah, they did have notice.
So if they have notice and they don't do
it's
anything
the
about
same
it,
person. It's the same person that claims whenever they bring up something, somehow Moscow and the FBI does something because they watch their YouTube show. I mean, that's how much power they're claiming they have. So if they really are watching their shows, and I mean, let's be honest, they're probably watching all of our shows because they want to see what the public opinion is. What better way is to go to YouTube?
Yeah.
Straight they would think that's real.
Heart One Shelley, True Crime and Nature with Shelley says, I'm just trying to get CJ to go back to 1:27:27 time, and I know who you are talking about, but I'm not going to say anything. Just look at the back to 1:27:28.
Of what? If you're talking about this video, I won't have a timestamp until the video's done. So if you're talking about another episode, let me know, because otherwise, if it's this one, I won't have a timestamp until it's done, unfortunately. I appreciate that, Caddy. Was the house declared condemned? No, because the word condemned, if it was condemned, it would have entered the University of Idaho's words of statement. It never once said condemned. And they would have used the excuse that it was condemned if it was condemned. So I don't feel that it was condemned. Right? I mean, what do you think, Yoli? If it was condemned, don't you think the university would have used it as a statement and how they needed to get rid of it as soon as possible? Instead of blaming it on the closure of the community, they could have said, hey, it's declared. It's declared.
I mean, anybody can bring a lawsuit, right? So yeah, if people were going to go there, they could bring a lawsuit. They would be subject to various defenses. Oh, Sorry. Nina wanted to
Um,
know how long you're going to be on.
Probably another hour, and then I'll be back 2 times tomorrow. We'll be on during the daytime, and then tomorrow we'll be doing more of this tomorrow night, and I'm going to be doing some of the Q&As tomorrow during the day. But we have a little case chat in between each show anyway. This is the Yes, it's the one, the door code, right after the girls say they have lots, have the code. Yeah.
Have the code?
Yeah, she did. She said that. She said there's people that have the code that don't even live there. That was from Olivia. That was, I think, the first video. I think that was the first video we went into tonight, was when we got to the key interviews. Let's get back to this one here real quick. We can get back to, do me a favor, Harsh One. I'm going to try and get to more of this one here. And then we'll get back to that tomorrow. I'm going to dig into, what do you want me to look when it comes to me looking overnight, and even anybody else in chat? I'll share the link in chat here in a second so everybody else can kind of check out what you want to check out, but let me know exactly what you want me to check out. The timestamp of the video that you want me to check out, not this stream, but the video itself. It's like a 5-minute video, but let me know in chat, and then I'll drop the link to that video here once I get this switched and we get this going. Give me 1 second.
I don't know what it is. It's just very heartbreaking. And I mean, looking at it, riding in it. Yeah, I thought that I would drive it. I thought that we would probably switch. I'm like, well, probably, because we didn't get it back for a long time. And that car hit me hard.
6-7 months.
When we got that car back.
Yeah, I remember the pictures of you. There
Yeah.
were some pictures of you when you went and got it.
And it was like, wouldn't, you know.
They pulled a chip out of it. It took them, it was a little bit more complicated to get it all working and running again.
There's the link for that video.
Yeah, getting that car back, because she had just put stuff in it. And I was talking to her as she was like packing it up. And she didn't, I mean, she unloaded some of it back at that house, but it mostly was all in there exactly. And it had just sit in like a time capsule for, 6-7 months, that this all happened. And like her purse was in the back
She backed
seat.
up to that door right there and just put a bunch of stuff in the back. So,
and
I wonder if Jack was chilling in the back parking lot some nights. Fuck it, if he lived across the street. I wonder if that dude was chilling in the back and he just walked from across the street in the middle of the fucking night, because how you going to see him? Dude.
it was still there because
Murphy's crate
she had
was in there.
class on Monday. And
I don't know, man. That shit
was
just
gonna
seems
take some
weird.
finals
We're
on
going to be
Monday,
going
and
more
she
into
didn't
that
get
in the
back on
future.
Tuesday.
Trust me. Some other people.
So she's just gonna throw some of that stuff from her room into her car, come back.
The others
I
that
mean, you
could
guys
be
live this every
involved.
day, but does like the year mark mean anything? Does it feel any different, or is it just similar to how you feel every day?
It has symbolism because it's a close of a chapter, and it.
Oh my
it
gosh,
means a
hold on 1
full
second.
year.
I just want to say, sorry, it didn't show this here. Harsh Shelley, True Crime, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. I appreciate your contribution. And thank you for coming and checking out the show recently. I appreciate it. And thank you for your peaceful and positive approach to the community. It means a lot to us. And it's very important to us because that's how we grow. That's how we evolve. And that's how we all make it to the party together. Because what kind of party is it if you're just chilling by yourself?
Here,
It does.
every holiday.
Thank you, Harshwan.
Has been.
She's
and
been
then
gone. She's missed everybody's birthday. We've missed hers. We've missed every holiday.
Her sisters don't want to be as old as her.
And do me a favor. If you don't agree or you don't understand how the family feels, we're doing an episode about the interviews with the family. So if the family bother you, then you're probably going to want to wait and come hang out in a show where we're talking about the LE Q&As or something, and not the key interviews of the family that annoys you. You know what I'm saying? It just makes sense. So if they bother you, then there's other episodes on right now that don't talk about the family. So, or hey, go to my video section and then check out one of the other ones when it talks about different parts of the case. I have a lot of videos. Just go to the video section. Tons of videos about different things. Some short, some long. Definitely a whole bunch of collection down there that you won't have to be around, to hear this stuff. So, and I want to say thank you. Hold on one second. We got a contribution call out. April QT. And thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you for a great discussion. Thank you for adding to the discussion and being a part of it as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
No, that's something that is really hard. That, Autumn said, what am I going to do when I'm older than my older sister? And I was like, what do you mean? And then I thought about it and I was like, oh. And I told Olivia, who obviously is older, so that will never happen, to Olivia. And she was like, yeah, I could see that, being something for Autumn. And, you just don't understand, it's hard to get in everybody's head, and how everybody is dealing with this, as much as, we still have young kids at home, Autumn and Aubrey, they're still young adults. And you can't just drag them into a counseling or therapy when they're like, no, and no matter how bad you think they need it or not, I mean, you can't, when they're like, I'm not going. So I think we just kind of have been trying to deal with things on our own. And like I said, I don't know if we're doing good or bad, really. I mean, I'm not to say that all we do is sit around and cry. I mean, people ask me, and sometimes, and I said, well, here's the thing. I mean, if I could lay down and die, I probably would.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
Physically, mentally, emotionally, you can't.
That
I
is
probably
so
would have
sad.
tried. You got to get up, no matter how you think. I'm never getting out of this bed ever. I'm not taking a shower. I'm going to stop eating. You've got to. And I don't know if it's because of the other kids and the grandkids, my own will to live, my own husband.
You know what? I'm just going to pause it real quick here for a second. I got to call out a contribution call out, but I got to say, just hearing what she said about how she feels and how I'm not even going to repeat it, but what she just said, man, that dude right there is not only busting his ass for the truth and justice, but he is the glue that is keeping the whole thing together, even for her. I'm going to tell you right now, because it was crazy to me whenever you watch interviews of married couples, when I'm just being real. You watch interviews of married couples when something happens, and usually there's some kind of dividing, right? There's some kind of dividing that goes on. Now, what always was crazy to me is, even though there was these interviews between these two lovely people with a beautiful marriage, it was always crazy because you would hear she was so dead set on BK, and he was like, well, I'm open to the theory of maybe, there being more than what we're told, right? And normally it was like, wow, to me, whenever we would watch those take place throughout the last year, I'm like, damn, how in the hell is there not a wedge, if there's a wedge already about who's possibly the one that committed the crime, what they feel inside? I see it right here. There's not a wedge, because this man right here literally lives for everybody else before himself. This man right here is another person on this earth that gives the 150. damn, he is the glue. Because, man, you wonder, it's like, damn, just being real, because it does create division when things like this happen. And how beautiful their marriage is. Look, you see it right here. With how beautiful it is, it's like, damn, dude, that's the dude that holds it all together. That's the one that is keeping his wife strong. That's the one that's holding her hand because she's just trying to make it through each day when all she wants to do is just fall down. And he's the one that's holding her hand saying, no, honey, let's just keep walking. You know what I'm saying? Like that dude right there. And then everything else that he's doing. Wow. After tonight, I've already had a huge amount of respect for Steve G. But after tonight, I'm just witnessing something that I've never seen. I will think what I want, and that's what I think, because it's my show. See right there, it says Evil CJ. So of course I'm going to say what I think. It's my show. What the fuck? Think that if you want, buddy. Well, duh. Hello, it's Evil CJ. And then Yoli's on here with us. What do you think, Yoli? What do you think about that? Because it's true. I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah,
Do you
I think
you think that
what's his
creates
name?
division?
I think Afterglow can think what he wants as well.
Well, Afterglow, have a channel. I'll show up. Let me
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I just think that
What's up, Joanne?
I just think that I just think that they, she was with the long-term boyfriend, their daughter, and they're conflicted, even though
Well, I mean, they thought Jack D was this guy that never called her a name or was
Yeah.
rude to her, and look how he was in Instagram messages to dudes that were hitting on her.
Yeah,
And that wasn't even your
and
girl, bro.
I know it's sad, and I think I just think that people are just gonna deal with it the way they deal with it. I mean, geez, not everybody's the same. Not everybody deals with it the same. I mean, gosh, maybe somebody's mother that this happened to would become an alcoholic, and maybe they would just be drinking all the time. Maybe somebody's mother would become promiscuous after this. I mean, we don't know how people deal with
I
things.
don't know. I'm not going that far. I'm just
No,
saying
I'm
there'd
just
be like
saying
some
that
kind of division usually.
yes,
that
there is, because
a
people deal
wedge.
people deal with things differently.
Especially if
And
they're talking about having two different percentage of guilt on the person that's being
yeah,
charged. I mean,
and
that's a wedge
the
already.
every time something happens, especially when a child passes away, there's always going to be something. It's just in this case, it wasn't a baby. Usually when it's a baby or a child, they say, well, why weren't you looking after him? Or, there's always some kind of guilt trip, or, and it's normal. But in this case, they had an adult daughter, and they had adult daughter who had a long-term boyfriend when she was underage. Okay. And they watched this relationship grow. And did they turn a blind eye to some things? I don't know. Did they like Jack? Maybe they liked Jack. Maybe they just didn't know how to deal with it. Who knows? But I can't judge them. I mean, I do see that there would be issues between them because of this. I mean,
That's usually what happens in these cases. You know what I mean? I mean, you can
who
go back
wouldn't
and
want
look, even if it's, their younger child. You know what I mean? You look at any of these cases in the past, and usually, if there's a division on who's guilty, then that creates a pretty big wedge between the two people. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm just being about statistics and percentages and probabilities here, and you just look at it and it tells you there's usually a wedge, and to say that there can't be when there already is between the percentage of guilt of the person who's being charged right there. If all I'm saying is that's just a sign of a strong dude right there that is holding the whole family together, regardless of if it makes her have a shot or whatever. I'm not even going that far. I'm
No,
just
but
saying that he's the one that's holding it together. and I had major props for him, and I just recognized something that I never recognized before because I thought he was the one holding the family, but he's really like carrying his wife with him too. He's got
Well,
everybody on his shoulders.
it's like
So props.
it's like you carry, I mean, I don't even know how to explain it, but you know, you have something that affected you, a part of you has gone by violent means. I mean, you have a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, you have a suspect who you want to believe is guilty. You have thoughts in your mind that maybe you could have done something. I mean, I can't judge. I can't judge anybody, any of these parents. Nobody's perfect. And Ethan's family, they dealt with it in a certain way. Xana's family, Maddie's family. I mean, I don't, the one thing that did come across my mind was the demolition of this house and how Xana's mom would take it because she had some issues. But look at this couple. I mean, they're going through something that no parent should really go through, but it does happen because there's violence in this world, and they're trying to keep it together. They talk a lot. They do talk a lot, and that's how they are. I mean, I probably would just hide under a rock, but there are people who would talk about it and talk to anybody about it and just talk about it because that's what they do, and that's not anything wrong. But sometimes they probably shouldn't talk so much, but we can't judge them for that. I mean, they need to talk about it if they need to talk about it. I mean, for crying out loud. I mean, yes, he does seem like he's trying to keep it together. She seems like she's trying to keep it together.
No, I'm just saying I think he's the one that's holding the whole family together, even her. That's it. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I went off.
Somebody in chat or something that was
No, I hear things about, people, other stuff about the parents, and it's not for us.
Did somebody say something in chat or
no.
Nobody was
maybe.
talking about it. Well, I mean, nobody was talking anything bad about the parents. I was saying that he was the one that was holding the family together. So I didn't know if somebody was saying something in chat that was bothering you. And
no, basically
you
you're
were saying
that he's holding the family together, and you said, what do you think? And I said, this is what I think. It's
Well, no, I'm just saying I see the mods
together,
I just saying,
and I do see that he's holding the family together.
No. I'm responding to your comments about what people were negatively saying about the family. And the reason I asked that is because I see my mods typing in chat to please be respectful of the family.
Yes.
So I didn't know if the reason you said what you were saying about them people talking bad, because I wasn't talking bad.
I saw the same comments. I saw the same comments from the mods saying be respectful to the family, and that's what brought me to.
Well, do me a favor, Yoli, in the future, if you see somebody that's chatting something that bothers you, do me a favor, put it in the private chat, and I'll take a look for sure. Because I definitely don't want anybody bothering you either.
No. I saw exactly what you saw, and it brought me to.
I didn't see anything because I just saw my mods saying that. I didn't know.
They probably took the comment away. I didn't see it either, but
I didn't see the comment that you were responding to. I just saw my mods saying, please be respectful. I didn't see what you saw that made you respond that way. So I didn't know. I'm just saying, if something, you see something like that and you want, it makes you, get upset, where you have to defend the family, let me know and we'll handle that. For sure, because I don't let that shit go on in chat, and I'm not going to let you get affected or get negatively affected.
Oh no, it's okay.
By somebody chatting
no.
something that what I mean. It's about our community, and I'm going to protect it 100.
Yeah, I did. All I can say is that I did see those that be respectful of the family. I get distracted because I can't totally see chat, but when I see your mod saying that, I'm immediately going to assume, or if somebody's saying something,
Yeah, but no. The mods will handle that, Yoli.
I just, yeah.
We don't. We just stick to the
Okay.
conversation that we're talking about, and the mods will handle that. What I'm saying is, if somebody affects you like that, where you feel, let me
Yes.
know in private chat. You know what I mean? But no, the mods will handle that. They're used to handling that stuff, so it doesn't get us off topic on the show. That way, we're not. You know what I mean? Because we can respond to that stuff all for a whole show. We could be responding to that stuff, but the mods do a beautiful job of making sure that all that stuff's handled.
Yeah.
So
So I responded to it, and that's about it.
yeah, I wouldn't even worry about it. The mods do a beautiful job handling that. So no, we were just talking about positive about Steve G. There's nothing negative up here that we were talking about. So, but no, the mods do a beautiful job, and thank you again, mods, because I know you're doing some extra work tonight, so I appreciate you and have been already.
I don't know.
This evening.
I get upset because nobody knows.
I know, but nobody was talking bad about the family up here, and we weren't watching any videos where they were talking about them. So let the mods handle that. That's what they're there for. They do a wonderful job. And then we just because that's what the trolls are meant to come in here and to get us off topic, off the shows. That's what their job is. That's what they do. They come in here, they try to get us off topic. They want us to look at their trollish comments and then respond while we're doing a show. So therefore it distracts us and takes us away, like from the show. Just like right now, they almost pretty much succeeded because we've been talking for like 15 minutes now, right? And we haven't stuck to this part. So no, they do a beautiful job. That's what they're there for. And we're all good. We're all good. Nobody was talking negative up here. Some shit in the chat. Hey, if you can feel how you want to feel, but it's all about, right, detective. It's trying to agree to disagree respectfully, and that's what it's about. Now, if you want to have your own opinion, that's what the comment section's for, and that's what you being able to make your own YouTube channels for. So you could easily make your own YouTube channel and have your opinion and then bounce your opinion off of your community, because that's what I'm doing, right? It's that easy. You should try it.
But we're human, and as a human, your instinct is to live. And that's how you got to do. I mean, whether, how painful it is, or, you just try to put on the happy face and be happy and not make people cry, because you don't want to be the Debbie Downer in the room either. Everybody knows wherever you go. Oh, look who just. Oh.
Is that weird?
Yeah, 100. Like the dark cloud.
But I mean, I wear something like this. Yeah. I mean, I can't expect people to not know who I am. We do interviews, we've gone publicly, so I don't want to be like, oh my, I would never tell somebody to go away or leave me alone. Or my kids have been like, well, that's weird. Like, I would be like, I would never do that to somebody, come up to them in public. And I'm like, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm not like, everybody me, or anything like that. But I if you recognize me out in public and you come up to me and say, hey, as a mother, I don't, it helps me. It makes me feel good. It does help. As weird as it sounds, so, I mean, I don't get bothered by that, but the kids will be like, oh my gosh, well, that was just really weird. I mean, we were literally in Target and that lady just came from nowhere. And I'm just like,
Well, I think people like around the world feel like they know Kaylee, even though they didn't really know her, but they just like saw something in her personality, feel inspired by her now. Which is kind of interesting that like she's so well known everywhere after she's gone.
Yeah. They would.
I was waiting for people to get to know her. I knew she was going to be a world shaker. I always knew. I was like,
not like this, but
but she was such a hustler, and she got along with everyone. And I mean, even when this happened, the vice president of the company, he showed a text from her manager, and he sent to the manager, who is this Kaylee girl? I keep hearing about her. Hearing about her, and she did some work for them. So I knew she was in the right place at the right time to make things happen. So, that's why it was such a bad thing to try to get your head through and get your head around. And all these kids had so much potential, and they were doing everything the right thing, They were doing everything the way you're supposed to. Go to school.
It's just crazy how
do
one
everything.
person can come in and cause so much trauma, so much damage.
One miserable person, goes after all the people that are.
And then, we got to go through hoops and loops and jumps to get him. I guess he's convicted to get him officially. I don't know where we're
Get a
doing
schedule
right now.
is what we're really hoping for, is a schedule. We were
Get the
hoping
death penalty.
there'd be a schedule before the year.
I don't know. I just
Yeah, even being in court today, it just seems like such a slow process.
it is
It's like they're discovering it as they go, because there's new technologies and there's new evidence, and the gathering of the evidence is a different technique than, these people read in a book. This stuff's not even in books yet.
Yeah.
So
So have you just kind of accepted that it's going to be a while?
I refuse. I mean, I'm still waiting for a Hail Mary or a miracle or something, and be like, it's it's not gonna, I realize it's gonna be 2024, but I refuse to think it's gonna be pushed any further out than that. I absolutely refuse to let myself think that. But all these big delays, and you get so close, that September date that got pushed back to October 2 days before. I took everything out of me. I was down. I mean, I was literally down. I was sick. I felt like
See what I'm saying?
I was gonna vomit.
And that's what I'm saying. You can tell that he's there holding her ass up, because just listen to how she's talking. You don't think that she's, like she already said, she just wants to give up some days. That means not getting up. That's what I'm saying. He's holding the family together, regardless of however you feel about whatever else. I'm just saying he's holding the family together.
I put so much into these court dates, as little as they are. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to change his plea. I'm waiting for them to say,
All she can think about is just consuming.
I just think to myself, I want to pray it away and pray that he makes the right decision, and he says, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I get it. It's costing so much. The lives have already been taken, but what he's doing to the families, and I don't know what goes on, and not having control of your life is just the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
It's the worst. I mean, for the most part, people, that are in control of their lives has somewhat control. I mean, there's always something that, is not in your control usually. But I mean, as parents and adults, we've always been fairly in control of our own lives.
So you mean the court process feels very out of control?
It's terrible.
You got to stack up your vacation time, because the speedy trial, we weren't sure. So, I stacked up my vacation.
We got close.
We thought there's got to be a little bit of a chance. I didn't think there was, but she was hoping for it.
I was hoping. I was like, no. I think we're going to, when they scheduled those dates, I was like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And Shannon's like, it ain't going to happen.
Well, I was just thinking today, with everything they were talking about, how could they have ever done it? There was so much.
It would have been, some would argue, benefit could have been, because those FBI agents in there working today is more evidence.
And I get that. And I have a good friend, my cousin, family member, and he tells me, he knows a lot about the legal system and whatnot. And he tells me, Chrissy, it's actually a good thing, because it just gives them more time. They're not just going to sit there and do nothing. They're going to continue to investigate. Things are going to continue to fall in their laps. Tips are going to continue to come in. And I'm just like, I don't want to hear that. I want to see this
just wants it
guy
done.
die.
She just wants it done.
I don't want him breathing any longer, because they say, oh, he's living in hell already. No, he's not. Not the hell that I think of. The hell that I think of is literally terrifying, agonizing torture, day in and day out. I don't care. Latah County Jail is not agonizing. That is not hell. No.
What What's it like? I wondered when I've seen you
See
guys,
the
like, what
difference
is
on
it
how
like
she
being in the
feels
courtroom?
between
Because I
him?
think everybody feels strange in there because it's such a small space.
Yes, it's not as big as the case. It's so puny. It's so small. It's so
everything is so.
It's hard to realize like something this big, and you're in this little goofy courtroom that seems like it's a prop.
Right.
Almost like a prop in a small movie or
Yeah,
something.
like it's
so
one of those diagrams,
so
and they're looking
scrunched.
from up above, and you're flicking people off and driving a little car. Yeah,
yeah. So
it is. The worst part, obviously, is being in the same room with him,
Mhm.
and to sit here and look at this.
Mm-hmm. They
I
do
don't know
level
what
each
he
other
is.
out.
To look at this thing and know what he has done. And I mean, like I said, you could make your own details up, and like you mentioned earlier, like you usually go into court and trial, and
Right. I mean, same.
starts
I
getting
feel
dropped.
the same way, Harsh One.
and
Like,
you start being like, oh my, I know
Yeah,
it's gonna
it's not
happen.
like the
So I
movies.
cannot-
like, what if that was any one of us that was on trial? You know what I'm saying? Because we touched a coffee cup and then somebody else grabbed it and was unalived in their vehicle after coming home from the store, and your touch DNA is on the side of the coffee cup that's in their bag. You know what I mean? It could be any one of us. So yes, but you have to understand where she's coming from. It's a nightmare as soon as she wakes up until she goes to sleep, and then some nights when she is dreaming, it's a nightmare. And so she all she wants is she just wants this thing done so she can quit living the nightmare. But the thing is she's so this is where it's going to get dangerous for her. Because she thinks with this person being executed is going to fix everything that she's going through and feeling and thinking about, but it's not. And that's the dangerous part of this. I'm being serious. It's the very dangerous part of this situation is she's putting so much into this event, fixing everything that she feels and thinks, but it's not gonna. And she's gonna get to that point where the person is convicted or executed or whatever, and it's gonna be the same morning the next day after what she thought would make her next day be different, and it's not. And that's the unfortunate part. Because that's why she feels, and you can't blame her. You can't blame her. You can't blame her. For anybody to say that, we understand. It is innocent until proven guilty. It can be one of us. But at the same time, we can't blame her either because she wants, she's got LE telling her, prosecution telling her, we got so much evidence. She's got them. We got so much evidence. Yes, it's totally understandable why she says, let's get this guy uncomfortable right now. Because she believes the prosecution, which she has every right to, and I totally understand why she would. I mean, you have to even think about, even anybody with a substance issue. You put your dependency on something other than yourself. Well, if this happens, no, you just have to. If it don't rain tomorrow, I'm not gonna do this. Dependency thing, right? No, when you put your change and finality on something else and then it takes place, does it really fix it? No, it don't. It's within yourself. It's within yourself. Sorry to hear that, mistaken. All right, hold on. Let's see here.
I cannot even imagine what we're going to hear. And I mean, that is none of what I'm looking forward to, wanting this to happen.
It has to be a nightmare.
And
it has to be. I can't imagine.
I don't know if he's ever going to speak.
I can't imagine.
It makes me sick that he sits there in his suit.
Suits, yeah.
And he sits there and taps his hands, and you're just sitting there, and he, sits there and rocks back and forth in the chair. And I'm thinking, why is he sitting in a big old judge chair? Put him in a chair, I don't know why he's sitting in such a big, comfortable chair and all dressed up in a fresh haircut. And I've looked it up, never seen another murderer or whatever he is convicted. Up to this point of a case, not in handcuffs, not in shackles, one or the other, or both, and in orange. I don't understand why he's sitting there.
Pre-trial.
Pre-trial, yeah.
Yeah, usually it's just during, like, with the jury there.
Yeah, because that's where they're biased. That's where they could be formed of bias.
And I'll tell you what, I do feel differently about the way there is, because, I mean, there is a different light that I feel shed on me when when I walk past the TV or something, and his face will be on our screen or something. And when he's wearing orange versus like the original ones where he's in orange with his hair on the back of his neck and him all cleaned up. Not that I think he's nice looking or anything by all means, but it's
one's more like a business activity versus
two different people.
A criminal.
And they're just giving, and I'm just like, okay, and they're afraid that we're gonna, we're talking or saying something and gonna ruin the case, but you guys are letting him
portray himself.
Yeah, portray himself like this upperclassman and not bring him in wearing shackles or at least a pair of shackles around his ankles, at least.
Yeah, you don't want somebody accused of killing your daughter getting preferential treatment just because the case has got more attention than normal.
Understand why. I don't understand why. Who made that call?
Do you feel like sorry, my voice is going. Do you feel like the prosecution is giving you enough information at this point?
We get no information at all.
We find it out ourselves, and then
we don't get that sounds so. Yeah, we don't get any. They don't. Yeah, we don't get any information. Like, hey, by the way, I mean, they did let us know. By the way, the FBI is going back in the house. They're going to be in the house on Tuesday and Wednesday, or whatever.
Yeah, they ain't said shit until they said, Steve, you need to slow down. Remember that interview? Steve, you need to slow down. Then they didn't say shit to him because they're like, all right, guys, he's starting to figure out he's going to be bringing up shit that don't fit. And that's when they say, oh, guess what? It's going to be demoed. We're coming back out there.
Which is good, because when that happens, our phones will ring. There's going to be people who reach out and say, what's your comment? There has been times where we're like, we're not even sure what you're talking about.
But no,
they've done a better job of making sure that we get
as far as things like, like during, I thought maybe like they would tell, like maybe over the summer, like, hey, we just want to let you know that we've kind of put together a little task force, and this the next 2 weeks we plan on getting out in the low mountains or whatever, and searching for the murder weapon. Or no, we don't get or hey, we got
And I understand a lot of that.
I mean, I guess people say, that's crazy. They would never give that. I don't know, because I've never been involved in a murder before like this, obviously. So I don't know if it's crazy that we're asking for more information. I don't know, but we know just as much as always. We know just as much as the people.
See, it's funny because they won't say anything. And then when they find out that we know something, then they're like, tell us about that. And I'm like, we could have told you about this a long time ago.
Right. There was an open.
Yeah, if there was a dialogue here, why is it when you know that we're onto something that's 100% you've already verified, then you want to cross notes? So
wow, dude. This is okay. You know how when earlier I was like, how in the hell, when Shannon Gray was saying that the family's waves weren't really moving after the demo when it came to their feelings with the prosecution.
And he said they didn't.
Damn,
never
they were
had
coming
a
to
good
him.
Relationship.
They were coming to him. What'd you find out, Steve? Let us know. But they weren't saying shit to him. Damn. They were the ones that got the 11-12 Ring camera. They were the ones that got the grub truck. They were the ones that worked with the private driver. They were the ones that were finding all this other information out. They were the ones that gave LE a package from the mail that they felt pertained to the case that they had to sign over. They were the ones doing the damn investigation for this case. And wow. It's almost like they just wanted to know what he found out just so they knew what, okay, guys, we got to change it up. All right. Just like OJ when he had to change up the cut on his finger. Oh, shit. They saw blood drops on the driveway. Okay, guys, it didn't break in Chicago. It broke before the limo ride to Chicago because I was chipping balls in the grass. Oh, shit, they found blood in the Bronco. Okay, guys, it wasn't bleeding because I was chipping balls in the grass. It was my hand was already cut, and I had to go get my cell phone out of my Bronco. Like, you find out different information, then you can kind of manipulate shit. Isn't that weird, though? We all thought that he was... Who's his leak? Who's his source? Or do they just have a bunch of other people that realize that the LE's not telling them anything, like they aren't telling anybody in the press conferences? Speaking of, we have that show on tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern, where we're going through part 4 of the Q&As. They're telling the same thing that the family... The family's learning the same shit that we're learning. I guarantee these families are watching these YouTube shows because that's how they're going to learn shit from their own, and then they're going to say, hey, what else is out there that might help us with whatever we have? That's sad. And then he even said the comment like, we could have told you this a long time ago. So they've known shit for long periods of time, and then when they start acting on it, or maybe when they're going to talk to somebody, then all of a sudden there's a tip that somebody's getting talked to, and then they're like, okay, what's up? What do you guys know?
No, I don't know, but we know just as much as always. We know just as much as the people.
See, it's funny because they won't say anything, and then when they find out that we know something, then they're like, tell us about that. And I'm like, oh, we could have told you about this a long time ago.
Right. If there was an open...
Yeah, if there was a dialogue here,
Well,
why is it
never
when you
pulled
know
that
that we're onto something that's 100% you've already verified, then you want to cross notes? So
I don't... I mean, in hindsight, I don't know who did what in the case. I don't know how much the FBI did versus ISP versus Moscow. I don't care. Kudos to all of them.
Yeah,
all of them.
Great job.
The investigators.
And I want to say this right now. If you watch the other interviews that we watched from Steve, he's automatically, no matter what, he even said it himself, he's always 150%. Listen, that's why you hear him say this. Yep, they're what if he really truly felt that way, why would you do any sleuthing? If you felt that the investigators were doing a great job, why would you be doing any sleuthing? You're doing a shit ton of sleuthing, and the reason you feel the way that you feel is because they're not doing a good job.
In hindsight,
that's a PR statement on Steve's part. That's just my opinion.
I don't know who did what in the case. I don't know how much the FBI did versus ISP versus Moscow. I don't care. Kudos to all of them.
Yeah,
all of them.
Great job.
The investigators, our local guy, awesome. Payne. Look,
Brett,
I mean, great.
Darren.
ISP, it doesn't matter. But now that it's in court and it's not, they did their work, and I'm assuming they still go out there and.
It's very interesting.
I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that's all they do all day is just investigate the
well, now it's kind of shifted to the courtroom, and then that's where it gets really quiet.
I mean, obviously they were quiet too. But they
I think
they did solve it.
The problem that we get more into is like, if you're going to do something that, like destroying the house, demo the house, that's something where I think the family should have been brought in and said, what is your guys' take on it? Because we all want to be one united front. Nobody wants to hurt the case at any way, any shape. So I think there's a right time when you can say, hey, how can we make this a better transaction? The city needs to recover from this. We have business that we have to get to. Everything revolves around these schools. I get that. But when they just tell you, hey, we're going to do this, and then you say, well, we have questions and we want to know more information, and they're like, too bad. You're not going to get it, and then it kind of forces you to fight, So then you're like, all right, well.
We've definitely come with plenty of questions, and some of them I'm like,
they weren't getting any information from the beginning of the case, and basically they were probably being told the same thing that Fry was saying at the press conference every time he is responding to questions. I bet they just said the same. Listen, Steve, we got so much. We got that full bulging Christmas stocking ready for you once we get to go to trial. They weren't told shit from the beginning. This is what's crazy. Steve G and Olivia were the ones that were solving the damn case, and when they were getting too close to the damn truth, that's when the FBI said, Steve, you need to slow down, like what he said in the interview last night. Steve, you need to slow down. You're rushing way ahead. It takes us time to do it in a certain way, They were helping them the whole time from the beginning. And then he says, yeah, we could have told you this a long time ago. They've been helping them the whole time. Remember the timeline before they got the grub truck video? Damn near 15-minute difference between when they said they got home and when they got home. Damn near 15 minutes. And you supposedly had all of this footage going all the way around. Come on. You went to the neighbors right away. You couldn't have told me that you could have found out that first. I mean, you didn't have a press conference for 3 fucking days. You couldn't have told me you couldn't have seen in those Ring cameras in 3 days and figured out when the vehicle that was dropping the girls off drove by? For 3 days before you even had a press conference. They didn't know shit. They didn't know where to go. And Steve G and Olivia are better detectives than the fucking MPD, man. And the reason that the other people can't help out, the higher agencies, is because there's already a fucking shit show when they got there because of the inexperience and the lack of training for the people that did show up. Because once they showed up, it became a contaminated crime scene. And then what the fuck are they supposed to do after that?
Right.
Right? We'll help you as best we can.
I mean, oh my God. I mean, I know nobody's perfect. And I've always said people aren't perfect. I mean, people aren't perfect, but you have people who are supposed to have some kind of training. They don't need to be perfect, but they need to,
they need to know protocol. Yeah, they need to know protocol. I mean, we saw all the training.
Understand mistakes are made. Go ahead.
You're going to have all this training for looking like you're in frickin' Afghanistan and shit. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have all this training looking like you're in Afghanistan, but you ain't going to have training on protocols on how to fucking treat a crime scene. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, you're too busy about ranking up.
The one thing that I thought of was that maybe the crime scene was so horrendous that it was like a shock to them, It
was so contaminated.
But, that's the only thing I can think of that maybe they weren't, like, it was just so awful. But here's the thing. there's a first time for everything, right? So
What's the first time for what? What are you getting to? What?
No, I'm just saying that if one of the investigators have never, or detectives had never encountered this,
None of them did.
there's a first time for everything.
Shit,
So,
none of them did.
So you know what? That tells you how good you're going to be later on.
Well,
how you handle the first time is going to tell you how good you handle things later on.
Well, you better learn from this. You better.
Yes, and that's the thing is if people learn, if LE and the Idaho State Police and the FBI learn from this, and that's a good thing. But if they are stuck up in their egos and they think they did everything right, well then that's a problem. But I just hope that this was a learning experience for those LE in Moscow, and that they don't take that they don't take crime scenes. Yeah, that they don't take crime scenes. I mean, that they don't take silly, even crime scenes that are not as violent. They have to treat them the same, with the same respect, with the same protocols.
I'm telling you right now, if nobody followed fucking regular protocol, which is what you need to take for a class before you even become a fucking officer, and you didn't do this, your ass you go work at Burger King, bro. You know,
Yeah,
stick to cooking shows on YouTube. Don't be doing true crime no more, for real. Like if you can't even follow,
it's not about.
I mean, if you can't follow normal protocol, you learn that shit in school first. That's how you become an officer.
It's not about where, and it's not about wearing the uniform and the badge and acting like you're all that. I have, I think the FBI, I did apply for that, and I know it's rigorous. But I know that they do screen, potential agents really well. I don't know about the Idaho State Police and the Moscow, Idaho. I don't know if they do or not. I mean, I don't know, but the FBI is, and so I just hope that this was a learning experience for everybody.
Yoli, when you're putting a video out on YouTube to come join your police force, I think you're pretty damn desperate. I'm just saying, because that means the sign in the window ain't working.
I know.
The sign in the window ain't working.
Yeah, and they recruit people from
different places.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, and it's a way that you can go to rank up.
And just so people know, I didn't fail out of the FBI. What happened is there was a serial killer in Texas and Mexico that was a serial unaliver that was unaliving women that were transported from Mexico to Texas to work in factories, and they were transported back to Mexico. And there was a serial killer, and it's still going on, by the way. And they needed Spanish bachelor's degree, so that's why I applied. But then they put me on a waiting list, and then it changed to Arabic speaking, and I was just put on a list, and it never became anything. I went to law school, so. But I did take the test. I actually have the letter that said that it's over here. It said I passed all the tests. And it's rigorous. It's math. It's and so at least with the FBI, I think they have something, like that they should know. Like, but local law enforcement and the Idaho State Police, I don't know. I don't know. I just hope that they get a grip. And that they learn.
I'm not saying I'm sure they have their own rigorous background or whatever, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sure they do. I don't know about Moscow. I'm saying I'm sure Idaho State Police does. I would hope so, but I would think that they would. I'm not saying they don't or they're not. I would think that they would. Moscow PD, that's a different story. You don't see ISP putting a recruiting video out on YouTube.
Yes.
When do you I don't know. Do me a favor, anybody, if you're out there watching in the live or on replay, and you can send me other videos of police departments where they put recruiting videos on YouTube, send them to me, please, and I'll definitely share them because I think it'd be interesting to have a playlist of a bunch of recruiting videos from YouTube because the sign in the door is not working. Usually if the sign in the door is not working, it's for a reason. But who knows? Maybe that's why they hire a lot of people from outside, because that's where they have to get it. They have to go on YouTube to get their officers. It's just weird. I don't know, it's just weird.
And maybe, maybe they're not used, like I said, the shock value may be a lot and maybe they're not used to it, but they better get used to it right away. And they better learn from this. Otherwise there's no second chances, I don't think. I mean, you gotta, I was exposed to cases that were like, whew, like, oh my God. Well, no. And so if anybody in Moscow wants to say like, oh, this was tragic, it was horrible, it was this and that. Okay, buddy, man up. Learn from this or do what you know. Seriously.
You better.
This is not.
What other experience are you going to get that you should learn from?
Chicken shit. This is the best experience you could ever have, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, what more?
If you're new to this, oh my God.
Like, you got 4.
I understand.
It's like, come on, you better learn. And I don't even give a fuck. Like, the fact that you can't even come into it. Listen, this is your damn job. You're supposed to know this so you can make sure that you treat the case with truth and justice. So you're supposed to know this before you even get the call to go over there. And if you done fucked it up when you were already supposed to, you're supposed to stop at a stop sign so you don't run into somebody else and unalive them, right? So if you don't stop at a stop sign and you unalive somebody, well, you need to be reprimanded for it because you're already supposed to know. Before you get your driver's license, you're already supposed to know you're supposed to stop at stop signs. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and the one thing that I will say about the FBI versus Idaho State Police, because I don't know, and versus local law enforcement is that you're probably better prepared to handle something like this than you would be if you had local law enforcement or whatever. I'm telling you, this would have been a horrendous crime scene, and I don't take anything away from that. Like, I understand that these officers may have been stunned, but at the same time, no.
They should have been ready.
Yeah, no.
You don't. Some people don't have. You're not going to have experience unless you really have the experience. But at the same time, the training and the schooling is supposed to prep you in a way that when you do encounter that situation, you understand what you're supposed to do to make sure that you effectively treat the crime scene like you're supposed to, because it's very important to do so. Otherwise, what's the case worth?
Yeah, and you handle your emotions. It's very difficult to do because this is why I say local law enforcement need better budgets to have people that are recruited to be police officers that have the temperament, because a lot of these for unlawful force, or what is it called? I got the, force, using force that is not necessary comes from inside, they can't, they get carried away, right? And they have this thing in them that they just get carried away. And so, I learned this from my boss, Federico Sayer, the first attorney that hired me. and he did the Rodney King case and the civil rights case with Milton Grimes. And it is true. It's true that law enforcement officers are not screened like they should be screened a lot better. They should have psychological support, like on the fly, because they deal with life and death situations. Their life is on the line. That's emotional to begin with. So you have some guy that's 20 years old, has a baby at home, and is put on patrol with somebody who's shooting at him. I mean, you do need support. And so taking funds away from the police is awful because they need more help. Like they need, and also to weed out the corrupt ones, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, just there's always bad apples too. Every harvest doesn't have perfect crop.
Yeah.
There's always some of the crop that isn't what it's supposed to be. So it's real life. It's just part of.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah. Especially when you're talking about a small town that's just used to busting underage drinkers and noise complaints. You get you get used to not having to do real shit, and that's probably why they were lax on. Oh yeah, we can just pass this class real quick. I'm not going to retain it. I just need to retain it, pass it, and then I can, And then when something happens, then all of a sudden real life knocks on your fucking door, and you're like, oh fuck. But you're too big in your britches to realize because your ego's too big, so you don't check yourself, and therefore you fuck up a crime scene.
You wreck yourself.
Right. You fuck up a crime scene.
And I totally hope that this, whoever, I mean, this could have been something good for somebody in law enforcement. Something good, meaning they could have learned from it. They could have something good could have come out of it. Instead, I don't know what happened, and I don't know if.
How effective is an investigation if even after a week and a half after the crime takes place, you still don't know how many people were outside? How effective is that investigation? You know what I'm saying?
If that's true, true.
It is true because they're answering the questions.
Yeah.
Honestly, we don't know at this time.
Yeah.
Really?
So let's say they did know, okay, and they're not telling us. But
what would be the reason for them to lie about that? You know what I'm saying? They did.
I don't know.
How effective is it?
But it is true that if that's true, it's so sad because I think about this image. It's a photograph, and I saw it recently, and I was talking to Katrina about it. There were students, it looked like, all sitting with it looked like towels or blankets around them
by the garbage can,
and yeah. And I was looking to see if JD was there. I couldn't tell. I mean, but there were certain students that were sitting there with, they look wet. I couldn't tell if they were cold or what, but they look like they were wet. But that was probably the image. But in any event, I just think to myself, how could you not know how many people were there?
Really?
And why would you say that to the public?
Because they can't.
Why would you ever say
it was
that?
crazy because one of the interviews they asked him, and he said that he first started off giving the PR comment, and then he stopped himself and said, to be honest, we don't know at this time. He told on himself, and it's like, bro, you waited 3 days to have your first press conference, and then your second press conference, which is days later, you're saying you don't. Like, how effective is that investigation when you don't even know how many people? So then, really, like, how do you know who to exclude from the crime scene if you don't know who and how many people?
It's like,
you know what I mean?
It's like that bank movie with that guy where he robs a bank, but he disguises himself as one of the hostages and gets out. It's like, how do you know that those people that were there? You know what I mean?
Yeah. How do you know how can you exclude anybody
You can't.
if you don't even if you don't even know how many people were outside in the first place?
And then you say that to the public? I mean, why don't you say we're not going to disclose that at the moment, like everything else, like talk about it. Some of them may have been minors and we're not going to talk about it. No, they say they didn't know.
This right here where it looks like there's students sitting down?
No.
I can't tell what that is, honestly. Let me zoom in. So here's a zoomed in part. I don't know what that is. What is that? Do you think that's...
No, that's not it.
I don't know.
It was pretty clear. It was pretty clear. They were sitting and there was, I would say maybe 5 or 6, and they had like...
Here, let me flip us around. I didn't realize I was blocking us. Hold on. Let me put us over here. So there. I don't know.
Maybe. No,
take
I'm not.
Take a screenshot.
Yes. Maybe that's them. Look, they have covers over them.
So here's a closer picture of it. And the other one's farther back away. Thank you, Caddy. They're all different angles.
Yeah, I counted 5 or 6. There's a better picture of it, but I counted 5 or 6 that were huddled in there, and it looked like they were soaking wet. I mean, that could just be the picture, the angle or whatever, but only one of them had light hair. Well, maybe 2 of them had light hair, but the others had dark hair. That does look like it.
Oh no, we got some. That's what I thought, AG. I thought it was garbage.
No,
but I don't know.
There's a better picture. There's a better picture of it, and this police officer was like giving them something. I don't know if he was like.
Is there video of this?
There is. Okay, so if I recall correctly, back in June there was video of it. I haven't seen the video of it, but I did see a picture of it recently, and I can't remember which channel I saw it on. But I know I was talking to Katrina about it, and she brought it up, and I.
Yeah, she does a lot of good work.
Yeah, I saw it. I can't remember which one it was.
Well, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. We'll talk about the first video. Maybe that's where the footage is at. I'm not sure. Can I post what? What can I post?
Yeah, there was another picture of this, and it was a lot clearer. And I remember looking to see if JD was in there.
That's as much as I can zoom.
I know.
That's I'm talking to chat. I'm talking to chat. That's as much as I can. That's as much as I can zoom. But if anybody can send me if you have the video of it, we'll go in tomorrow. I got to get going tonight. I'm already past the time limit. But we'll talk about it tomorrow in the beginning of the show. If there's the video, send it to me here. We'll play it tomorrow. We'll go through these pictures. I'll get them edited and stuff, and we'll get a real close zoom in. I don't know how good the quality is going to be, really, but we'll see what we can do. We'll talk about this tomorrow. We'll talk about. I'll wait to talk about it until tomorrow night, unless we talk about it a little bit in the morning. But I'll definitely make sure that it's a topic tonight or tomorrow night. And then also the beginning video with Olivia. We'll go through that again in the beginning of tomorrow night's episode as well. No, it's all good. Yeah, like I said, if you have the video, send it here. If you got pictures of it that are clear, send it here. Whatever, send the information here. We'll go over it tomorrow night, and we'll discuss it some more before we get into the rest of this interview from the Gonzalez family.
Okay, and yeah. I should be available tomorrow evening.
Okay.
So
yeah, we'll do it again.
Happens, but I'll send you the email about the trial. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I want to hear what it says. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get back into the interview some more tomorrow night, and then a couple other clips, and we'll get into some of that other stuff that we were just discussing here. And then tomorrow, I got the notification out already. If you guys want to come hang out, we'll be doing part 4 of the LE press conference Q&As, and then talking a little bit of case conversation and then beginning of that as well. So if I don't see you tomorrow morning, I'll see you all tomorrow night. Thank you, Yoli, for hanging out. Thank you all so much. And have a peaceful and positive evening. And do me a favor, if you do find that video, let's play that video tomorrow too, and we'll kind of dig into
I'm
it.
gonna try to jog my memory where I saw it.
Yeah.
It was in
Well, I
June.
mean,
It was in June.
if
I saw
anybody
the
finds
picture
it,
recently.
send it right there. Let's find the video. Let's watch it tomorrow. Let's get into it. Because I want to look more into it myself. So we just need a cleaner image, and maybe we can get one off of. Maybe I can even get one off the video itself, and then I can present that instead of that getting treated or whatever. So, yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you for your peaceful, positive approach. Thanks for being a part of the community. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye.